It goes live. Okay, she's starting. She's starting. She claims she's live. And it's loading over. Looks like I'm live. Hey, I got somebody in here. Yes, sirree. So anyhow, welcome back to TFL Saturday Night Live. Yes, I was not here last week, as most people know, but I told people at a time that I wouldn't be. That's just the way it goes. But I hope people still had a wonderful Slaughter of the Indians, Still the Land Day, because that's really what that was. Okay. And for me, well, I had company from out of town. I think my last video pretty much explained a lot of what's going on in my life. Yes, sir. And I had my son's mother here over Thanksgiving. Haven't seen her in years. Okay, so, but she was here over Thanksgiving, and that's where we stand that way. As far as tonight, I'm back up with TFL Saturday Night Live, and I would hope some people, well, go ahead and come into the chat. Go ahead and throw questions at me if you like, and go ahead and bring up topics. Okay, but we got through last week without having a Saturday Night Live, didn't you? So maybe this week people have something to look forward to. I don't know. I was thinking, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I get frustrated when I see how people are treating each other. I really do, because you got to realize, okay, I'll give you an example of somebody that's actually probably deserving of living TFL themselves, and I don't think anybody should ever be deserving of it. But that would be held by the dashboard light. Because after all, his own belief system, which is a eugenics belief system, which goes along with the elite, okay, his survival of the fittest theory, his own belief system, and stereotyping out of the guys himself and saying they shouldn't be with the woman blah 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 deserves better than that, and just the putting down of other men, you know, and saying they don't deserve women, and some of the stuff that comes out of his mouth actually, is, think about it. One of the major reasons TFL is here through social engineering is from that very damn attitude. Okay? So when you think about dashboard, okay, I guess if you're going to be pushed to live TFL, no better fitting subject than dashboard himself. Because after all, what you wish on to others should happen to you first since you love it, right? So since he likes to call the TFL Saturday Night Live show a comic, a comedian, it's fun to listen to. And he wants to continue to talk his eugenics talk and continue to put me down and put other guys down because he's raising himself above others. Well, then I guess living TFL fits him just fine. Couldn't ask anybody to live it that's wanting to push it on other people. Because TFL came from this one of these. I mean, this behavior right here is a contributing factor to TFL. It ain't just women. It's also a very contributing factor to it. So, I guess that's sort of how I feel about dashboard. And not that I want to feel that way about dashboard, but I'll never agree with the eugenics talk ever. Okay? I'll never agree with labeling. This damn Copeland put up a video that just disgusted the hell out of me. Okay? And it wasn't for the fact of showing how desperate guys are getting when you got one average woman that's got a weight issue. No, there is not no call from there. Anyhow, that's got a weight issue and something, and she's got 3 boyfriends all currently living with her and sharing her and everything. Okay? Now you want to talk about men getting desperate. So desperate that she's actually got 3 boyfriends living with her, and they're all willing to date her at the same time, and blah blah blah, and they're all living together. It's completely nuts. But Copeland, he's just mocking it and laughing at it and saying he's looking at these guys and he's throwing labels at them and telling them they're losers and they're incels, and he's just having a good old time putting people down. Okay? And unfortunately, I have no respect for people like that because it's the categories and the labeling and making up names to call other people, to put other people down, that is another leading contributor to TFL. And it just shows how desperate men are getting just to have their opposite gender in their life. It's pretty disgusting if you ask me, and it's sad. Shouldn't even be happening, but it is. But then how would it not happen? Let's think about what we're doing with each other. We're tearing each other up. Everything's a game. Everything's a competition. It doesn't matter what it is in life. And you're always going to have to compete against somebody else, compete against somebody else. Okay? And when it comes to real life and relationships and men and women meeting each other, dating each other, having anything to do with anything, you know, the only thing I can tell you is when it comes to that stuff, there should never be the word game put into it, ever. Another human being's emotions and feelings is not a game to be toyed with or played with. But you all get off on your entertainment of hurting another human being. That's right, because that's your entertainment. But don't worry, social engineering has the cure for you. The day it will happen to you too. Okay, that's how this works. And it's just sad. It really is. Take care of that. There we go. That'll end that. But anyhow, don't mind me. I was just shutting off a device here so I can go on with my show. But I would hope to see some people call in tonight. I want to talk a little bit about Warren here, but I want to give him time in case he shows up. I'd love to see Mr. Hoka show up, but I haven't heard from Mr. Hoka in a while now. So, it's probably been a couple of weeks since I heard him from the last live stream, anyhow. And I don't know how many people listened to my last video, a little bit about what's going on in my life. I think maybe some of you guys did. I gave you a little rundown, a little bit about my life and my son's mother, and when I lived TFL and what I've been through in my life. And I can tell you right now, it's no picnic having a female in your life. And I think there's many guys out here that's had women in their life that understand this and know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? I do feel for TFLers. It's got to be hard growing up in a world where you have the normal want that everybody else does, and you're a young man, and I know. And you're constantly being rejected for no reason at all, other than they looked at you. That's right. People put so much emphasis in looks. They put so much emphasis in artificial stuff that they actually destroy their own life. And the sad thing is some of the stuff I've talked about, like not understanding what it's like to be in a toxic relationship or to have your opposite gender treat you like dirt. When your opposite gender treats you completely like dirt and dumps all over you on a regular basis. And we got so many men this happens to every day, and they're just bending over and taking it for the fear of being alone again. And the only thing you do is feed into the problem and cause it to escalate and get worse by doing this. As tough as it is, you have to be willing to walk away from the female. You have to be willing to walk away from the female and take her options away from her. But she can replace you just like that. Yeah, but that's because there's too many wannabe men who ain't men at all. That ain't willing to do that. Who are bending over, causing this problem to escalate for all of us. And then when you get people like Dashboard, who comes up and thinks somehow he's never showed his face, so nobody knows what it looks like, right? So he's never showed his face. He's always kept himself hidden. But he comes up here and he promotes the same type of bullshit like Copeland does. Okay, but different. Because Dash pours out of emotions, his anger is controlling him. But he's running around pushing eugenics. And he's looking at other guys and deciding what guys shouldn't have a woman in their life. Well, that's the same thing women have done to men. It's the same thing other men do to men. That's right, that competition thing. That's the reason I said with Dashboard, well, then I guess he does deserve to live exactly what he's doing. He's only living what he's promoting, what he's pushing. He just don't like the idea he's the one living it. Oh well, isn't that the way it goes? Of course that's the way it goes. He don't like that, you know. I'd like to see some other people come in here. I was thinking about Dave too because I know he's retired now. You know, I was wondering how things are going for him now that he actually don't have to work. But I'm open to anybody that wants to come into the show because I really don't want to talk about, talk to myself for 2 or 3 hours, and that would be the way I'd make the show shut down and go bye-bye on you. Is when nobody anticipates that I'm here by myself talking for needlessly forever and ever, and nobody's calling in, then I just won't feel like being here no more. That's how that'll happen. So, I'm doing it for the TFLers, for the guys, and it's been pretty successful with people calling in. And I'd like to see it stay that way, and people anticipating this show. Because when the anticipation stops and people refuse to do, then I'll stop being here just like you stopped anticipating. And if you don't want that to happen, then I suppose that you might really want to consider anticipating in the show. Because that will give me my drive to continue to keep doing it for you. And I'm not trying to be an ass about it. It's just a reality. And I see Dave is here. I hope it's going good for you, Dave. I really do. I know you're retired now. That has to be pretty cool. I get somebody in here and they want to ask me questions a little bit. I'll tell you a little bit what's been going on in my own household for people who want to understand how bad it can be with being with a female. Believe me, I've been through it. Well, I'm glad it's going good. Heck, you got yourself off. You don't have to work no more, huh? Are you getting bored yet? You should come on in here, Dave. That's what you should do, but you don't have to. But it'd be cool if you did. That's the same with Mr. Toronto, man. I saw him there. Happy to see him. And I'd like to see him pop on in here. I'll tell you a little something. Warren called me up the other day. Was it yesterday? Day before yesterday? And we were talking, and he has to be the one to furtherly tell you this. But he believes he's met himself a TFL female. That's right, a TFL female. A female that's living TFL. When I told people before that all the years I've been doing it, I've only met one female living TFL. Warren has just met number 2. Well, that's because I do believe there are women living TFL, just not very many. Most women live in TFL are living self-produced TFL because they're so picky that they reject everybody, and that's why they're alone. Okay, but I think there are legitimately some women here who have been rejected and had a bad time, or maybe they lack social skills. Maybe they're in a wheelchair. Maybe there's something that, going on has caused them to live TFL. But I do know I've met one, and Warren believes he's met another woman who's TFL. And I don't put that past that being a possibility. I don't think men ever thought about a woman ever being able to live TFL. Okay, I really don't. But you got to remember, as wicked as our society is, yeah, as evil as people are, the mentality and the mindset of people. Well, how do you call in? As long as I know you're real. See, my problem is I want to see you in the chat for a little bit first to know that you're actually part of the show. And then I'll give you the information on how to get into the show. How does that sound? I don't want to just pass out the information to some troll. So, that's just the way it goes. There's a lot of people that's been here for the show week after week. But if you're a new name popping in here, I'm not just going to pass out the information right away for you. No, it's not going to happen that way. That's how I'll get trolls in my show. So I won't do that. You have to visit the show a few times, let me see your comments, talking with others, so I know you're real. Then, yeah, okay. Then, yes, I'll get you the information to get into the show. Right now, I do have somebody with me, thank goodness.
Hey, Bill, how you doing? It's Dave.
Good, good. How are you, Dave?
I'm good. Yeah, I've been kind of wanting to talk to you for. I've actually been meaning to call you for well, a few days now, but I figured, well, he'll be up this Saturday, so I'll just give him a call then. But yeah, what's going on?
Hey, that's good. Well, that works pretty good. You did see
Yeah,
my last video up where I talked a little bit about what's going on in my life here.
yeah, yeah, I did.
Yeah. I didn't figure people that I wanted to ask a little more about what happened in my life, but you know, Dave's been around a long time. Okay, so he understands the picture that I have lived TFL myself. Just because I had some years out don't mean I didn't live it.
Hmm. Yep.
But at the same
Yeah.
token, they don't understand. They're pushing so hard to get a woman in our life, and I understand this. I respect them for that. But when you're in a world filled full of people who don't know how to treat each other, and a relationship means usury, usury, lie, lie, lie. Treat you like dirt, dump on you, make drama, try to replace you right in your face. Deny doing it until they do replace you. I mean, they'll run you over, step on you, trick on you because they got all the choice, all the power. And they have the
Mm,
power as long as you bend over and let them.
yeah. I just don't see any incentive right now into even getting involved with a woman. Um, so you guys, so what's the deal with right now with you and your wife?
Well, I'm working on getting her out of here. Just don't want to put her on the street, is all.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'm sorry to hear that. I don't like to see anybody's marriage fail. But geez, the more, the more I see going on here,
She's done it to
the more
herself.
I,
She's
yeah,
she's brought all this onto herself. A good example will be in my household. There's 6 people, including her and me. Right?
yeah,
5 out of 6 one are gone.
yeah. That's yeah, that's yeah, that's not a good sign when you're when if you're married, it's yeah, if that's the case,
Yeah, and they all look at me like
mm,
blah blah because you got to figure I got my brother and my son, who both want her gone. Then I got my friends here, and one's supposed to be her friend, and they want her gone. She's
yeah,
impossible to live with. I mean, she's nothing but drama. Attitude, bad
yeah,
attitude. She's got a bad attitude towards everybody, talks down to them. Okay.
mm,
So she's not dumping all over you, she's talking down to you and treating you like you're a little
yep,
child, okay?
right,
And there's no changing that. Then you had jealousy over my son, who's an adult, jealousy over my brother.
mm.
Then we have the fact
But
that
they,
she likes to look around to replace me, okay? And she's done this more than once with intentions of replacing me. So now, why do you think I'd keep that around?
mm, yeah, I mean, if I was in that situation, I'd be, yeah, I would be looking to do the same thing you're doing, Bill. Um,
Yeah, so it's time. I mean, it's been coming for a while, but the problem is, I did want to put her on a street in a strange state, in a strange town. So we've been working on other ways, and all of us have been talking, and she knows this. Now she's in
mm,
desperation mode, desperate to try to save her ass. Okay, what? So she can go on doing it? Because that's all that had happened.
yeah. Does she have any like any relatives to go home to, like a parents or anything like that?
Oh, well, she's got a mother that would love to have her back, but I wouldn't even advise that on my worst enemy. She got the way she is from that woman.
Yeah,
Okay? So my thing is it'd probably be better for her to go to her dad's.
yeah.
She does have that option, by the way, so she's got a couple options.
Yeah.
It's just they're gonna have to be forced on her, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Hate to have to do it that way, but I gotta do what I gotta do, you know.
Right.
And I didn't want to
Yeah.
see it
What?
go this way, but I'm not gonna continue to put up with it, and everybody else in the house is taking the brunt of it too. So,
Yeah. What now? If you don't mind me asking, what kind of work does she do?
well, right now she does nothing because she has trouble getting a job because of her speech
Oh.
impediment. Okay, she has a speech impediment. She has cerebral palsy, and she's slow. Okay, so she has trouble getting jobs. When she does get a job, she holds them, and she'll work her little tail off. But getting a job could be a real bear cat for her. Right now, it's probably a good thing that she ain't got a job because it'll make it easier to relocate her.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just keep her out of yeah, just keep her out of like jobs like Amazon and something. Those places are slave camps.
Yeah, I don't think she can handle half that anyhow,
Yeah.
personally. And it's not about being mean. It's the fact that she's gone too far too long, and she's treating everybody here like dirt. I mean, you would get
Mm,
you would get the other female in my house saying to me, she says, "I think she wants you and I both dead." And meanwhile, she's chasing her boyfriend right in the same house, right in front of both of us. And we're supposed to be naive and not see it happening, right?
mm.
Yeah, and of course we're dumb to that because we're just guys, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And her other female friend, well, she's not supposed to be mad or upset, and not even notice it herself. It's insanity, I'm telling you, man. I look at the stupidity of insanity, and when my son's mother was here, my ex, over Thanksgiving, these two girls here in the house proceeded to have their little blah blah blah, and she intervened in the middle of their bullshit, and she told them both of her to calm down. Then she's telling the current one that I'm getting ready to get out the door all about her own self because she's had some hard lessons herself about a bad attitude, treating others like dirt. Oh yes, and so she had room to talk because my ex had a real bad attitude, treated everybody like dirt, treated me like, oh my God, Joe bad, so bad. Okay, Nobody else idea how bad she was, and she threw me and her son away, but not before I threw her away because I got tired of the cheating and being treated like dirt, and I walked away from her and divorced her. Okay, and it
Mm,
wasn't because I didn't love her. That's what people didn't understand. I was with her for a lot of years, and I loved her with everything I had, but there was just no way I could do it no more, even loving her. So I left her when I was
mm,
in love with her. And I don't think anybody could ever understand what that does to a person. To be really in love with somebody, been with them for a lot of years, and actually really love that person and have to end it. See,
yeah,
I don't think too many people could even comprehend that.
yeah. No, I couldn't because I've never really been in a serious relationship myself. Longest relationship I had was for maybe 3 months. So the only thing I can equate that to is having, really, really like I don't know, like having a crush on a girl, like when I was younger for about a year, and finally asking her out, getting the courage to do that, and then getting rejected. That's the only thing I can kind of compare it to. It's
Yeah, which would hurt like hell.
yeah,
Okay.
it's
I can tell you this. It took me probably 4 years before I actually was able to even come and even common sense to live with myself even because I had my son who wanted his mother in his life. Okay. I loved her and would have loved to have had her home for my son. But I can't, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. And when things was bad between us, it's because she was busy running around sleeping with other guys to begin with. Because like I said in that video, we opened Pandora's box.
mm,
Okay, and I wasn't joking with people. What I said in that video I posted is all truth. Okay, she wasn't 100% totally at fault, but she was really majorly at fault at the end when it ended because I wasn't running around with other people. I wasn't sleeping
yeah,
around. I wasn't trying to hook up with nobody else, and she was.
yeah,
Okay, and she had her bad attitude at the same time. So what she discovered was this: she destroyed it for her and I. She got the new guy in her life that I remember when he was there. She bragged to me. She finally found a guy just like me. Was telling she said that to me more than
mm,
once. So that tells me she still loved me. Do you see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Why would she be looking for somebody and keep not finding the guy? Find somebody that she perceives to be just like me. That tells you she
mm,
actually still loved me. And she gets into this
mm-hmm,
relationship with him, has a kid by him, and now she won't up to it and she says it. I've destroyed 2 relationships now. So when she's giving Heather the rundown, she says about bad attitude, she told Heather a little bit about herself and says she's already destroyed 2 relationships, and that would be myself and her last ex, her other son's father, right? And she says, and if you don't knock it off and learn, like you're gonna be where I'm at. It ain't gonna matter what guy you go to. You're gonna destroy everybody you're with, including yourself. Now, if you go back and think about what I've told people about the poll and social engineering and people, woman's the programming from NWO is the primary victim is the man. Secondary is the woman, but we're all victims. But the programming the
right,
woman is the woman will literally destroy your life and her life. It's like self destruction
yeah,
mode. And this is no
yeah.
lie. This is what you see going on.
Oh yeah, women thrive on that. They thrive on destroying relationships, even other people's relationships. I've had that happen so many times myself. You just trying to get a girlfriend in your life, and if there's some girl that I'm uh, just trying to connect with, and she's got a friend that just sticks her nose where it doesn't belong, and she's like, oh, I can hook you up with someone better than him, someone better looking than him, or whatever the case. But yeah, they thrive on that. It's
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's crazy. You know.
Well, the neighbor, this is a good one here. With the one that I'm with now, the neighbor that we had back there in our lake, that they moved out quite a while back, but They were there, and she got to know the neighbor pretty good. And Tiffany had called over there. She's right next door, and she calls my house. She's on speakerphone with Heather, and she's asking Heather if she's got a picture yet. And Heather goes, "No, I haven't got that yet." And she says, "Well, I need to get that picture of you so I can get it sent to my cousin because he wants to know what you look like." Then about that time, she says, "Heather," and Heather says, "What? Are you on speakerphone?" Heather says, "Yes." She says, "Where's Bill?" "Oh, he's here in the living room." Wham! Tiffany hung up the phone and was all pissed off. Okay. Then when I questioned Heather about it, she says, "Well, I know that your health's bad and you're going to die, and so I wanted to already have somebody found so I won't be alone when you die."
Mm,
So you ever feel like somebody's trying to kill you off to replace you?
yeah. Mhm.
This is just one little example, you know. This is the type of stuff, you know, that just sends me right over a freaking roof. But see, this is what the true nature of women are. They're always looking to up themselves to somebody better, somebody better.
Yeah. They're very they're so they just a lot of these women they have the worst inferiority complex I've ever seen. They're always comparing themselves, uh, competing with each other and always fighting over that small. I watched because I watched my sister go through this, when she was younger, and she was always kind of like dating the quote the most the desirable guys, or with the best looking guys, like back in school, and these other girls would always be sneaking around behind her back, trying to just cause all this friction and break them up because they want that, it's yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, you know. I seen speaking of VVS, I seen he did a live stream the other day and he was saying that he just don't want to talk about this topic anymore, you know.
Mm,
And because it's really
right.
hard. And I can understand that as young as he is, Dave I think really understands that too.
Yeah. I mean, well, I'll tell you, I don't have any. There's no drama going on in my places. I ain't got anybody, so I'm actually, you know, I'm actually looking at it like it's a good thing now. I mean, I've kind of gotten, like you said, when you're young, it's kind of hard going through this because, your hormones and all that stuff are kind of going full speed there. And but as you get older, you start slowing down a little bit, and you start, especially when you start getting more knowledgeable, what's going on. It doesn't. It's easier to handle.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's just it. It's easier when you get older because you've had to deal with it so many years. You know, and even if Dave was to magically get somebody in his life at his age, he's dealt with it for so long. Don't think the damage went away because you're never going to forget being pushed out. The
Right.
damage is already
And
there.
yeah, and if you do find somebody, after you've been alone for so long, it's an adjustment. If you start seeing someone on a regular basis, um, yeah, it's not like you're just going to instantly go right into that relationship and feel, comfortable and act like, you've only been out of the dating scene for a couple of weeks. It takes time, because you're just kind of used to your own ways, and used to doing what you've been just kind of set in your own ways for so long,
You would be. So, you know, that would play even harder. And for people who
Yeah.
get with somebody, you know, the biggest problem you have is other people want to think that they need to control somebody else. They forget what the foundation that leads to a successful relationship even is because they don't know. They think it's game. Right now in today's society, it's about game, and a successful date is when you got your penis in a hole. Well, that's not a date. A date was
No, that's a
never
one night.
about, yeah, a date was never
Yeah,
about
that's a one
that.
night stand. Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, and then of course we got women using the friend zone, and they are. So they're using the foundation to a successful relationship as a rejection line.
Mhm.
It's pathetic. I mean, but this stuff is really going on. The complaints you hear people saying, but a lot of them don't understand how hard it is to actually be with a female. How'd you like to come home from working all day long to be treated lower than dirt? How'd you like to have her sitting on her low ass and doing nothing all day long, and you come home and she wants you to cook the meal and do the dishes?
Yeah.
This is what you're
Yeah.
facing. This is what you're looking at.
Yep. You know, Bill, you have um, the same kind of marriage that my uncle has. My uncle, he lived TFL for a lot of years. You remind me a lot of my uncle. You know, he was living TFL for a lot of years. He's almost 70 years old though. I think he's 69 years old. But he got married in 1989 after he was so TFL. And when he started dating this woman, he married her after 6 months, which was a grave mistake. But he's been through two bankruptcies, and he's retired. He retired from his other job that he had about 5 years ago. He drove a beer delivery truck for almost 30 years, broke his ass, and he's still working. He's got a job under the table, and he's still paying off this debt that she just keeps building up, and she's never done anything. All she does is just sits in the house. They probably haven't had sex in 25 years,
Oh, well,
and
yeah,
she
there
just
you
sits.
go. I don't
Yeah,
have that. I don't have that. Okay.
yeah, and she just sits in the house and just all she does is like buy stuff, just crap online, and then she goes out and spends the money on lottery tickets. And yeah, and here he is, almost 70 years old, and he's still out there,
Well,
killing
this is
himself
this
working.
is exactly what it'll be because the reality is this. I don't got quite like that bad because even my son's mother, the first female I was ever with after 28 years of TFL, okay, even her, we built the relationship, okay, and it was built. So the love that I had for her was real because it was built. Because we were
Yeah,
friends.
yeah,
Because we were
right.
friends. You understand? People need to understand that. Okay.
Y-
And we became close friends. And then when we did get together, we stayed friends and we did everything together and we became more than friends. And over time, the love built. I mean, it built and it was real love. There's no doubt about
Mhm.
it. And we were together for a long time. And, I can tell you 8 years straight of maybe only one or two arguments, and that was it.
Yeah.
Okay. We really got along. We were really good together. And then when Pandora's box got opened, of course, I'm just as guilty for that as well. But then I couldn't do it. It wasn't in me. You know what I'm saying? And so, but
Mhm.
you'd think that she would have just stopped too. But no, no. She wanted to lie to me and go out and continue. So that was, but one thing led to another, and she kept doing it. But even with as much as I loved her when I broke up with her and I divorced her, it sent her through the different type of trauma. I was still in love with her even though I divorced her. And now I've been of all these years it took me to get over her, and I've done this. Okay, I didn't have to make contact with her because I knew myself that before my son turned 18, when he got to where he was going to be turning 18, that she would probably try to come out of nowhere to contact me, and that's exactly what she done. And I sent her an email back and told her to go to hell. Okay.
Mhm.
Didn't give her the time of day. Okay. I reached out to her probably about 7, 8 months ago, and I'm the one that made contact with her. And I only did it really for one reason only because my family has pretty much died off, and the only one left in my family is my brother and my son. Out of my immediate family, they're all dead. My brother's living with me. We're both slowly dying out of here. Okay, I've got emphysema, my back's blowing out. I got heart disease. I've had quadruple bypass and got all these little veins blocked. So I decided since there's nobody else that would be in my son's life when I pass away, and my brother's behind that, he'd have no family. He would have nobody but himself. So I give him the left it up to him. to make the option. And he didn't want his mother to have his phone number or anything like that on him. Okay, but he has talked to his mother. He did talk to. I get him to talk to his mother a couple of times. I left him make the decision, and then of course I was very particular making sure because my son laid down the rules. Absolutely no drama. Okay, and of course my ex started off wanting to play some games, and I put her in her spot real quick. And since that time, she's actually turned herself around a bit because she's realized that she wants her son back in her life. She's gonna have to straighten her shit up, or it ain't never gonna happen.
Mm.
And I won't fucking play any second games with her. She freaking never tries to go there. I'll end it so quick her head will fall off. She won't have contact with her son just like that. So she came
Right.
down here, and them 3 days did go pretty good. Okay, outside of the two women that are already in this house. Outside of them, it went good. Okay, they still have their issues. So what can I say?
Yeah. Now, how's your son doing? How's he adjusting to life? And is in Iowa there?
Well, I think he's actually come out pretty good. He worked at a company called Landscaping. Okay, they make playground equipment up in Minnesota. He was there for when he come back from Wyoming for a little over 2 years, and he was making pretty good money considering. Okay, it's not excellent money, but it's not bad money neither. He was just about $15 an hour. Okay, he's young, and the company
Right.
has it
Yeah.
had really good benefits. Okay,
Mhm.
well, when he come back here, he managed to replace the job. He only lost 30 cents on wages. He lost 30 cents, and he's
Mm.
got a good paid job with good benefits.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't cuss. And the one thing even better is I was running him 17 miles one way to work and picking him up 17 miles and drawing tickets. He don't got a license. So I take him 17, 18 miles one way, come home, go back, pick him up, come home. And then Heather was doing the same damn thing the opposite direction. At one point, I was putting over 100 miles a day on the car and picking people up and taking them to work and using 2.5 tanks of gas a week. Now I could run this in this town on a full tank for 2.5 weeks, not 2.5 days.
Mm.
And I wouldn't have to go through two tanks because that one tank could go 2.5 weeks. And my son ain't even in the gas pool anymore because where he's got his job at, he walks to work.
Oh, that's nice. Good. Oh,
And
yeah.
so,
It sounds like you didn't really. Yeah.
yeah, it actually worked out pretty good for him because he don't got a license, and that was one of my major concerns when I'm no longer here. Is how's he going to get himself back and forth to work? And I
Right.
knew if I come back here, he'd always have public transportation or something to get him to work, and he'd be in the same town, not driving out of town. So this has actually
Mm.
worked out pretty good for him. So I'm happy with that. And
Yeah.
if I get his mother back in his life, then I'd be happy with that because this is not about me as much as it is about doing what's right. Because I've always been a
Yeah.
stickler about trying to do what's right, and then to do what then everybody else do. I want what's right for everybody. I don't want people living TFL. I made my exceptions with Hell by the Dashboard Light only because the guy's pushing NWO propaganda and he's willingly slamming other guys and saying how they're not deserving of a woman because he wants one. And because he does that type of stuff, there's nobody other I could think of that would deserve to live TFL or somebody who's pushing the stuff that causes it. So he's mad because he's living it, but yet he's doing the very same thing that helps to cause TFL himself.
Yeah. Does he? Yeah. Now, does he wish TFL on other guys? Is that one of his things too?
Well, I think
I don't
it's
really
most
listen.
it's mostly eugenic talk. It's the
Oh
survival.
yeah.
It's the survival of the fittest theory. You know,
Yeah.
and the big tougher man. Blah 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 BS. Okay, but the problem is he's running on emotions and anger. He's living in himself. I mean, the smartest thing I heard the man say was he wanted a woman to be a friend, and all these guys were shooting him down for wanting a female friend. And I never shot him down for that, and I never will. because at
Yeah.
least that's the one part he has right.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. I mean, that's the most sensible thing you can do.
I mean, he
Is
has that
that's
100% right. I'm totally on his side with that. I just wish he would knock off the eugenics talk and start using his head,
yeah.
and calm himself
Now,
down.
yeah. Now, when you say eugenics talk, what is that? But what does he say? Like with like how like the physical looks and stuff like
Well,
that,
yeah,
and
I mean, you give one example is a guy in a gym, and the guy was a short and he was Asian, and the woman was blah blah blah, and he figured that this guy was too short and Asian and too skinny and scrawny to be. He wasn't good enough for that woman. That woman should be dating a big tall guy like him, and he just put that guy right on down. Okay,
yeah, yeah.
and he don't even know the guy. And he's sitting there putting the guy down because he's jealous because the guy has a woman in his arms that he wishes he had.
Mm,
It's no different than when you talk about Blue Skies Media, some of the shit he said and what he's doing. I can understand it when you're talking about because everything's competition, right? And men are having to compete against other men for a female. Now, I don't agree with
right.
that. I think it's evil as shit and it's totally wrong. Okay, but at the same time, we all know what's going on and we all know it's been going this way, right? Well, what do you think this does to people? Everything's a competition. You're
Yeah.
competing against other guys, and when you look at that one girl that freaking old Copeland stuck up, this girl literally is freaking dating three guys at one time, and the three guys are in agreement to it. Now, does that say they're
Mm.
getting desperate or what?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know because I mean I'm 5 feet 8 inches tall myself, and I've definitely had the I'm just that's just average height too. That's not even considered. I don't consider that short, and it really shouldn't be. That's technically that's average height. And a lot of these women, they look at that. Oh, he should. I've had women that are like 5 feet tall. Um, oh, I want a guy taller than him. I mean, come on. It's just getting ridiculous with this height, the height requirement. I mean, that's one thing I can't
Oh, it
stand.
is, but do you remember Dan and Jen? You've been around a
Dan
while,
and Jen,
Dave. Do you remember Dan and Jen that was up on YouTube?
I don't, not offhand.
Okay, it was a female and a male who sat on a couch in the room giving dating advice. And they were focused on the teens, of course. And they would both sit there and encourage the girls to get a tablet out and write up a list of their expectations of a man. And did not be afraid to put whatever they wanted on that list. It didn't matter how
Yeah.
long it was. And then a guy should have to meet up to them expectations.
Oh
This is
yeah.
the type of shit they were pushing across YouTube at the younger females.
Right.
Okay, and that right there just pissed me off. I went after him one time and made a reply at him, and my video was immediately struck down by YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, but God forbid, you have one little requirement, like if you're if you don't like women that are like obese, it's like, and that's the only thing that's the only preference that you have, is you just want a woman that's not severely overweight, but these women can use your height, your this, your education, your job. Is he, oh, I want a guy that's well traveled. I want a guy that has important friends. They'll use everything against you. Oh, he's been single too long. So there must be something wrong with him. I mean, they just throw everything at the everything
If
everything at
they
you.
can pull it out, they will pull it out. They got
Yeah,
every excuse in the book to continuously go right on down that road.
yeah,
And if you get with them, you're going to find out it's self destruction anyhow because they're going to destroy you and themselves and not be able to
yeah.
figure out what they're doing because they just perceive their behavior as being normal when it's everything but normal.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, I mean,
then,
these are the worst.
no, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that these are definitely the worst women that you can get mixed up with in any way. I mean, you don't want any part of that, because they'll they'll even if you get with them, they'll just it's going to be most likely it's going to be a short term thing, and they're just going to throw you in the trash can. They
Yeah,
like you said, they're dating several guys at the same time anyway, and all they're doing is unfavorably comparing you to the next guy.
they are. That's exactly what they're doing. And it becomes a comparing game. And when they start comparing, just like, you get the woman who grab the picture of the model book or a hustler or playboy or something, you know what I'm saying? And she'll be looking at these other females and comparing herself to them and then wanting you to compare them to her and what you think. You ever had a female do this to you? They do. I
Yeah,
have. Okay?
yeah,
And,
oh
and,
yeah,
it's, and it's a blatant setup. Okay? Because they'll pick out some hot freaking chick in a damn fucking magazine and they'll compare themselves to them and call themselves ugly. And if you agree with them, your ass is mud. But if you turn around and say, no, you find her more attractive than the model, the fight's on. See, they're setting you up. It's nothing but drama.
yeah.
It's like when they do stuff to you, you got to be careful because females are notorious for this. They do something for you, and then they hold on to it for a weapon to use against you.
hmm Yeah. The last girl my last girlfriend that I had, which was back in 2001, and I brought her back to my place here. All she did was look around, and she just tried to look for anything that saw any to try to find any signs that like I had a girlfriend and I was seeing some other girl, and it's like I'm no I'm perfectly single. I haven't. You're the first girl I've actually been on a date with in like 3 years here. And she goes into the bathroom. She used my bathroom, and she sees a couple of toothbrushes in there. She's like, "Why do you have more than one toothbrush?" And she's like using all these like little stupid things, like because she saw more than one toothbrush. Now she's like assuming that I'm that I have another
Oh,
girlfriend
then
behind
you
her
have
back.
another girl. Yeah, there you go. So she already has.
Yeah,
So before she even gets a chance to actually get to know you, she's already making judgments.
yeah, over a toothbrush.
Yeah.
It's like I'm like taking around. Look around my place here. Look at my bedroom closet. There's like here's my wardrobe. Do you see any women's clothes hanging around here or anything like that? I mean, needless to say, that relationship and that lasted about 2 or 3 months. But yeah, story of my life.
Yeah. Well, that's because people don't understand it. You have to take the time. You take the time in dating to get to know somebody, and if things ain't gonna work out, okay, you might become friends with her. She might become friends with you, but you might have a whole bunch of stuff that not in common with each other. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And if you got a whole bunch of stuff that's not in common with each other, you probably wouldn't make a very good couple. Because this
Mm,
BS about the opposites attract is just what it is. Bullshit.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you gotta have things in common. I mean, that's those are kind of the essentials. That's the building blocks for a good relationship.
The building blocks of a good relationship is becoming friends, learning to getting to know each other, trust, good communication, and being able to talk about each other's feelings openly and not playing games, lying, or saying something to manipulate.
Mm, yeah.
But in today's society, what do we got? Games, manipulation, lies, more manipulation, more games, and lots of
Yeah.
drama because that's replaced love.
Yeah. And a lot of phoniness out there too.
Oh,
I
yes.
mean, yeah, I mean, you just look around, like, you go to the gym or something like that. You see these women, all putting on their tight yoga pants, standing in front of the mirror with their cell phones, taking pictures of themselves, and go work on your heart, work on your soul instead of working on you looking at your physical appearance, which ain't gonna last you. And you're not going to live forever anyway, and you don't keep your looks forever,
Nobody
you know.
keeps no one. That's just it, Dave. Looks can hide the most evilest there is. Okay, and when you're in a society where everything's gauged the way it is, you want to talk about creating psychopaths and narcissists? That's what we do.
Yep.
We create them by pampering them, placing them up on a pedestal, covering up for their wrongs, placing them above your own self, which is pathetic. So we create the problems that we have in today's society. And of course, nothing's 100% across the board because I can tell you that I know guys that are obese, and I mean big and obese, that have a heavy set woman girlfriend. They're not stereotyped.
Hmm.
I've seen
Yep.
scrawny, ugly guys with a girl in their arms. So it
Yep.
isn't that it isn't happening, it's just the majority, unfortunately. And when you get online and you can't talk to people because the communication skills have been broke down and you try to talk to them. And if you want to talk about what's going on in dating, they're going to jump to all the BS and start blaming you.
Yeah. And dating, online dating is is hor- is a is horrendous for men right now. I mean, you have if there's some woman you just messaged, she's got that woman has like dozens of guys. You're competing with so many guys out there for one woman. You go on, you reply to some woman on Tinder, and okay, you're competing against 300 other guys. Good luck. You know.
You are. You got to see that with what happened up in New York with the tender experiment.
Yeah.
That freaking woman had a field day. And them guys were all freaking idiots. Up there all competing,
Yep.
fucking trying to get just a date with that girl.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And did you see before that even got started how she weeded like 90% of them out? She just said, no guy, no overweight guys, no bald guys. If you know, no guys wearing khakis, no guys named Bob or whatever the hell she said.
Yeah,
So there's like 10 guys left standing there by the time it was all said and done, and she had these guys jumping hoops like a bunch of morons.
yeah.
You know.
That kind of shit right there just really burns me up. And it also
Yep.
shows you how desperate freaking guys have gotten. And people like Dan and Jen are the reason this girl would act this way if she was a teen growing up listening to him.
Yeah.
She
And they just
just,
egg it on.
because they egg
Yeah.
it on and they promote it.
Mm.
And they promote
Yep.
the behavior. Okay,
Yep.
where do they think these looks are going to get them? That's why I keep telling people, why don't you walk into a nursing home? Sit down and get to know the residents, then sit down and have them show their family album. You'll be surprised at what they look like when they were younger. Now
Yep.
all you got to do is think about yourself. You're no different than
Mhm.
they was. One day you're going to look the same way.
Right. No, I'm almost I'm gonna be 50 years. I'm 49, going on 50 here, and I see women my age, and they're already starting to lose their looks, and they're starting to kind of get the slouch, kind of a little slouched over. A lot of them are put on. Some women that I've known for a long time. I went to my high school reunion about a year ago, and a lot of these women were like really overweight and just, I just didn't recognize them from a hole in the wall. And yeah, so it's like you got to realize, it's, yeah, like you said, nobody keeps their looks. You know.
Nobody. That's why I think it drives me so insane to see people so focused on looks.
Hmm.
It's not everybody. Nothing's 100% across the board, but you sure have a big percentage of people that are all worried about the damn looks.
Yeah.
Girls spend hours in a goddamn mirror makeup and on their hair and makeup and on their hair and dressing and trying to make themselves look like some supermodel.
Hmm. And the other thing they're wrapped in is their material possessions, their cell phones and their SUVs and things like that, and going, just that just kind of adds to it, all that stuff.
Yep. And so then the guys are going out here and trying to meet all these expectations.
Yeah.
And of course, they're going to lie their butt off and go to extremes to impress some female and be fake as all hell. While the female's being fake as all hell, then they can't figure out why it didn't
Hmm.
work out, right?
Yeah.
Now, Dave's a lot better off because Dave's been able to retire. And how's that doing? You used to not going to work now?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's. I don't think it's quite kicked in yet. I still feel like I'm just kind of on vacation. It's only been a couple of weeks, but yeah, it's psychologically, it's nice knowing that I don't have to. The main thing is not having to drive back and forth. And spending 3 hours a day sitting in traffic jams. That's the best thing.
Yeah, that part.
But yeah, I mean, eventually I'll probably just get something, something close by, part time, maybe, working 20 hours a week. I think that'd be. I think eventually I might start to get bored. But if I can, picking up something, doing 20 hours a week, some easy little part time job, that would be. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, and the money that you put up gets to stay put up because there ain't no dame there to steal your money and go spend it.
Yeah. Hmm.
I mean, well, Steve Oka has it lucky in that aspect too because he's got himself a good career. He don't have to come home to a house full of drama. He don't have to worry about his money being spent while he's gone to work. And he don't have to worry about a woman who's trying to replace him while his back is turned.
Hmm. And then divorce you and get alimony or something from you.
Oh,
The
yeah.
one thing you got to worry about, yeah, another thing you got to worry about is a woman. Um, you know, they want you to get them pregnant so they can get you child support.
Yeah, yep, that's
That's
correct. They'll try to get pregnant. If they get pregnant, you got to watch out for this because this is a shit that I've seen women do, and of course it's not all of them. They'll get you,
yeah,
you'll get them pregnant before the baby's born. They'll dump you. They'll
yeah,
replace you, okay, or
oh
they'll
yeah,
have the baby born and then dump you, and then they'll replace you. They'll use the courts to get child support for the kid from you. Then they'll get pregnant by the next dad. Then when
yeah,
they have the baby, they'll throw him away. Then they use the courts to
mm,
go have child support from him. Now they got two fathers paying them every month. Then they'll fucking
yeah.
go out and repeat it. Then pretty soon they got
Uh,
all these child support checks coming in, all these men buying their livings so they don't got to work and they can sit at home and take care of the kids that they're going to use power trips against the fathers to see.
yeah. A friend of mine, his sister, never been married. I think she's about, she's like in her mid 30s, probably 34 years old, 30, 35, something like that. She's got 4 kids, 4 different guys, never married, and yeah, she's never worked a day in her life.
And there you go. 4 kids, 4 fathers. All the kids don't have one dad. They all got different dad. And collecting money from all 4 guys. There you go.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's exactly what I was talking
Collecting the
about. Yep.
yeah, collecting the child support, and she's on all these government programs too, the Section 8 housing, the food stamps, you know, the whole shooting match. I
Yep.
mean, it's like it's almost like a slap in the face to people that are out there, the ambitious that are out there, working their tails off, and just just to kind of keep a roof over their head.
Well, that's just it, And, I seen that thing the other day that just fired me up. This one here, I'll get you. Let me bring this up real quick. Okay, so I was watching this show and I screen captured this part. Okay, and they go in the year following a divorce, a man's standard of living rises 10%. A woman's standard of living drops 27%.
Yeah, I think they got that a little backwards, don't you think?
I would think that that's been wrote completely ass backwards. Because, okay, a year following the divorce, a man's standard of living rises? No, it doesn't. It goes down. Because he's the one getting nailed with child support. And if he's been with her long enough, it'll be alimony. But nowadays, it'll most likely just be child support because they won't be together long enough to get alimony. Okay?
Yeah.
But to say that the man's rising 10% and the woman's is falling 27% is a complete lie. It's completely backwards.
Mm. Oh, it is. Most of the time, if I mean, if a guy's lucky, I mean, he's lucky if they just kind of if they just pot ways and they and he breaks even. That's the guy that gets off that lucks out. But a lot of guys they'll get divorced or whatever, or just have a relationship, not even get married, but just end up having to pay child support. And yeah, I've seen a lot of guys they'll end up homeless. While she gets to stay in the house and gets half of his income.
She'll keep the
So
kids,
yeah,
she'll keep the house, she'll keep the furniture, she'll keep pretty much everything through the courts. The guy
mm,
will pay her in return for her keeping everything. And if he
yeah,
don't keep it paid, he winds up going to jail. Okay? So there he is, breaking his butt, working his ass off so he can live in a cardboard box or a tent in the woods. So that way he can afford to pay her money so she can stay in the house he used to live in.
mm,
And you think that's not supposed to breed a little anger, huh?
yeah, and that's kind of that's the I mean that's pretty much the standard now.
It has become the standard
Uh,
of our society to what's going on because everything's usury. This is
yeah,
the reason I do not have no respect for any MGTOW who wants to promote and push pump and dump. Two wrongs does not make a right. You can never correct what's going on through continuing to dump on each other.
mm,
But our society, what can I say? You know, hopefully Warren will get on here in a little while. He gets home from work. He always has to
yeah,
do
yeah.
his, 3 mile walk home. But hopefully he'll get on pretty soon because it don't appear like anybody else is planning on calling in. I had a new guy wanting to ask about calling in, but I've never seen him in this chat before. So I wasn't about to just pass out freaking my email and give out information, and then it's a troll. You know how that goes.
Yeah, yeah. You got to be careful about stuff like that. Yeah, Warren usually gets in, and he has sometime a little after 11 o'clock. So yeah, you don't be surprised if he calls in pretty soon.
Yeah, I hope he does. I think it'd be interesting. I mean, I want to hear him tell everybody about his experience and the female he's met that he's talking to. Okay. One thing I can say is it's already been proven so many times. Men actually do have more of a heart than women.
Mm.
And I know that sounds sexist, doesn't it?
Well, it's from what I observe, it's pretty much the truth, I think.
From what I've
You know,
observed in my life and what I've watched and seen, I would have to say that's a pretty much a very true statement.
yeah. Mm.
It's sad it shouldn't be that way. You know, I was talking with my friend from over in United Kingdom. Okay, people call him Jay on here. He might have been here, but he's got to work in the morning, and I think he tied a little bit too much on drinking today, so probably wouldn't be a wise idea to have him on tonight. And then because he had to
Mm.
get up so early, he could have only been here about an hour. It's hard on him with considering the show starts at 3 a.m. in the morning for him.
Yeah. Right.
So that
Yeah.
part,
Yeah. That's got to kind of mess him up a little bit. I mean, it's some of these streams have been going on. 3-4 hours. So if he comes on at like 3 in the morning, and the thing finally ends, it'll be like 7 o'clock in the morning.
yeah,
That's
that's it. That's
that's a
it.
little.
And some of these shows have. I don't mind that. Like I said, as long as I get anticipation in the show, that's all that matters to me. Because this is it's for everybody else. It's not for me. I do this for
Mm,
guys. I do this for men. Because there sure the hell ain't nobody else standing up for men. Most men are too busy throwing other men under the bus.
mm,
And so yeah, but I do appreciate when I get more one caller in here. Sometimes it gets a little, but sometimes you get too many people in here and the people are over talking to each other. But it's always nice to have more than one opinion and more than one
yeah.
person.
Yeah. When you got 2-3 people going, that's pretty. That's a good amount of people going. When you got like 5 people, it's like you said, it's very hard to talk. It's get anything in there.
Yeah, it can be hard at that point once you get too many. But I
Yeah.
definitely don't want to be sitting alone neither. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And having nobody participating in, because if people don't want to participate, then why would I want to keep coming up and doing it?
Mm,
And then you have the people in here that keep looking for only one person, and they're just going to have to get over that. That person will show up
mm,
if he wants to.
right. Mm,
You know, it's no different than me having to shut off my phone first thing tonight, thanks to a certain troll who's looking for his name to be rattled off. So I don't talk about him. Don't bring up his name. Yep, no publicity for him. Because he has I think we do have an epidemic of mental health issues, don't we,
yeah.
amongst people?
That's yeah. There's no shortage of that going on. And like you said, I mean, you get back to women, really kind of being the ones with the most heartless of the two genders. I mean, it's
They really
yeah,
are.
it's just yeah, it's just a shit. It really is. It's a real shame what's going on. It's just the narcissism and it is so off the chart, and what I see, and they just yeah, they just look down on it. It's like most guys, they just look down on you. They don't care about most guys.
No, they don't. They look down on other guys as competition, somebody's in their way and they're above and better than them, and think that they need everything for themselves and to walk over and step over another guy just so quick, okay? Just because they're a guy. And they'll talk about their nasty, horny scrotum sacks and stuff like this, putting each other down, you know.
Mm,
And who do they think they are? They're no better than anybody else.
right.
It just annoys me because
Yeah.
people always, but that's their mindset. You can't even in the workplace is the same way. It's all competitive.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I know it. Well, yeah, believe me, there was a lot of women I worked with, and yeah, it's a sad state of affairs out there.
And that's just
Mm,
then they ain't gonna tell me that's not social engineering. That's like gender roles is social engineering. People don't think so. Oh, no, I think that's biology. No, I don't think biology said you were meant to be an ATM machine for a female.
mm,
You got to really think about it. Gender roles is a set giving roles that you expect a gender to abide by in a society. Okay, just like
mm,
labeling, calling people geeks and nerds or losers, or putting them in categories. All of this is all man created BS. And it's done a wonderful job of dividing us all.
Mm. Yeah, it sure has.
So, what do you think about gender roles yourself, Dave? What is your opinion on that? You think there's biology in that, or do you think that's just man-made?
Oh, it's all social engineering. You watch TV, and all forms of media. You tell your television, the magazines, the music, the songs that you listen to. You go to school. All the stuff half the stuff they teach you in school is social engineering. The other half is academics, and yeah, and they just push this. Well, you're a guy, you owe a woman a living. You pay for everything. So it's not biology. It is social engineering.
Yes, this is the way I've always felt about it. Warren and I have our different opinions on that, and I'm the same way about the old going back to the old rule that we got to put the woman back in the house, and she has to be controlled because women are naturally. I think a lot of that's still social engineering. That's the way they act that way.
Hmm.
In today's society, I mean, look at the way everything's been structured. Everything favors the woman. Successful is the more you can get. Okay. So, of course, she's always looking to, move herself up that chain of success, right?
Yep.
Songs, what Dave was talking about. How many times have you heard this, Dave, when they're talking about little girls? Oh, you're going to be a heartbreaker one day. You're going to break some guy's heart.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's constantly fed in the head. And the daddy's little princess. That thing also. They constantly drill that into little girls' heads when they're growing up, and it just turns them into little monsters. Is really what it does.
Yes, that's exactly it. And and so what you're doing is bragging on they're gonna break some guy's heart one day as if that's cool. That's acceptable behavior. And that's exactly what they do when they're moving up the pike of of success. Because her success is gonna be based on the guy she has, and that's gonna go based on anything from fame, looks, depending on the female. Depending on the female, will depend on how high that goes. And if you get females that were programmed by Dan and Jen, look out. There won't be never no pleasing that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You
Yeah, because
know,
you get mixed up with one of these girls. Now you got to impress the parents, and it's always as the guy you're always trying to you're always being critiqued by somebody.
you got to
You
impress the
know.
parents to say the parents need to approve of the guy.
Yeah.
And if the parents don't
You get.
approve of the guy, then they got to get rid of the guy and find somebody else to mommy and daddy says, okay, yeah, that looks good enough to me, yeah. And they're picking
Yeah.
for her. They don't have the
Right.
right to pick for her.
And 99% of the times the mother will say to the daughter, "Oh, is he good looking?" That's the first thing she asks. Is he
Yeah,
good looking?
exactly. Well, you wouldn't want him to bring home some ugly guy, right?
Well, yeah, God
Okay.
forbid.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And so,
Mm.
and there you go again, right? And it just keeps going and going. And I see this stuff all the time. What do you think? Did you watch that guy Copeland here on YouTube?
Copeland? No, no, I've never seen him.
Oh, the guy's a joke. The guy's a regular joke. I mean, he's pushing the NWO bullshit all the way.
Hmm.
He was the one that was showing the video of the somewhat chunky, not morbidly obese, but overweight female, average, right? Who was dating three guys at one time and they were all living together.
Oh,
And he was looking at the
Yeah, that
guy. He was looking at the guy and say, "This loser right here would be the Chad of them. They're all incels." So he's calling them incels. He's telling them they're all losers. You know, and this would be the scrawny, skinny Chad loser. You know, and it's like, he's just putting them down and using all the labeling and category for these
yeah.
guys, okay? And then how desperate they are, And then, of course, he promotes telling them to go overseas.
Uh,
And that just sort of annoys the hell out of me when I see this, but it is what our world's pushing us. I think he's probably another plant, another employee of the establishment, You see Monday, Forever Alone Monday came back, or Monday, Chad Monday.
okay. Yeah. What did he shut his channel down for a little while?
Yeah, according to them, he was saying his channel was gone, and then it came back up. I think he played
Mm,
an act on everybody.
yeah. No, that guy Copeland. I never really saw. I've never seen any of his videos. I mean, I'll yeah, now that you mentioned him, I'll check him out. And but yeah, most likely. I mean, there's a lot of these people that are just they're not here to help anybody. They're just here to manifest a problem.
That's basically what you really see going on across the board on YouTube. The majority of these people are only really here for one reason. And most of them are the employees' establishment is to keep the problems going, to keep them alive. They don't want the
Mm,
message that I spill or Dave might talk about or Steve Holcomb might talk about. They don't want that message out there. They don't want people taking that serious because that would be the real truth.
yeah.
They want
And there's definitely a lot of plants on YouTube. I mean, it's no different than like former employees of a big company like Amazon. They'll get on there and complain about working conditions at their warehouse centers and how they just work long hours and they slave away. And with the owner Jeff Bezos, he's worth like 170 billion dollars, and he's mistreating the workers so bad. And you get these people coming, complaining about it, but then Jeff Bezos will hire people to go on YouTube and paint this rosy picture of the company. It's kind of like the same. It's almost the same thing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's what I was talking about about money, power, and greed.
Yeah,
It corrupts the human mind. And these companies, don't matter who they are, they're dependent on their employees to keep their companies running. But
yeah,
yet they shit down their employees' throats and they treat them like dirt. And because everybody needs the monetary system to survive on, they just keep putting up with it.
yeah, yeah. And Amazon is the worst of the worst. I mean, you got this guy, the CEO of that company, that's worth literally. I was looking at his worth as of right now. It's like almost 100. It's like 168 billion dollars, something like that. And he's got these people working, in these warehouses, 10, 12-hour shifts, and they're so strict. Everything that they do is monitored. They wear like an electronic bracelet, and if they're doing something wrong, their bracelet vibrates, and it's almost like shocks them, but like it just doesn't really shock them, but it vibrates. So to let them know that they're doing something wrong, they if they use the bathroom, they get written up. If they call in sick, they get written up. They have to because they have to meet a quota every day. They have to put away a certain amount of items per hour, and if they don't, and they have to work at this crazy fast pace all day long with like hardly any rest. It's
That's messed
yeah,
up.
just
Yeah.
yeah, not a nice place to work for.
No, they don't have any care because they're already on the top.
Yeah,
People like that, everybody should just quit at one time and leave nobody.
yeah, and people should just stop ordering from Amazon because this guy. because this guy also has he owns the Washington Post, and he also has a I think he has like a $600 million contract with the CIA, because he's like playing a key part of all this, like artificial intelligence stuff and things. If you do a lot of research on this guy, but he's definitely
He's in bed. He's in
kind
bed
of,
with the elite.
yeah, he's definitely one of the key players.
He is, because it's the artificial intelligence that's going to be the major key factor to the upcoming new generation here in a decade or two.
Mm,
Because I don't think David Icke lied a bit about that. You know, it's no different than the real ID that's being pushed here in Iowa. But I do got a story
yeah,
that's funny as hell about that though. They went through all that shit pushing the real ID, and that gal sat there and says, "Well, after 9/11, it's better to give up some of our liberty for security." Okay, and then she freaking brings up the real ID and blah blah blah, right? And this is the ultimate ID. This ID is the last one you need, and blah blah blah. And as long as you got the golden star, you'll be allowed to fly. Okay?
yeah,
And people don't understand that the real ID is meant to lock this country down.
yeah. It's all about control. Just
It is.
making just restricting. Just they just want to make it more difficult for you to move around, and that's pretty. I think that's pretty much going to be all over the country. I know it's in my state too. When I
Yes.
go to renew my license next July, I'm gonna have to do the same thing. I know
It
down in
is. It's
Florida they
gonna
do.
yeah,
You know,
it's gonna be like anything else. They're gonna bring it in slow. Right now it'll be the gold star in order to fly, right? But pretty soon it'll be moved over to transportation. It'll be moved over to leaving your state. You'll have to have permission. This is also where they're going with the driverless vehicles. They want what their dream is one day they'll have all driverless vehicles. Nobody else will be driving. The car will be driving you, controlled by AI, of course. And it'll
mm,
be programmed for the region you live in, and you won't be able to go outside that region without special permission from your owner. So
yeah,
there goes your right to travel freely around the United States with the Real ID Act. But the funny thing about the Real ID Act is they pushed it in here and they got it. And the roommate here in the house, she's got just an ID, but it's the real ID, right? She only had the real ID for a week and a half or so. She went to open a bank account, and she was told by the person at the bank that the ID was too new and they wouldn't accept it. I was laughing hard on that
unbelievable.
one because this is supposed to be the ultimate ID, the real ID. And here's a bank in the same
Unbelievable.
town rejecting her account because the ID was too new.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
It just
Ugh,
shows the mindset, the mentality of people, man. The people in positions today are great products of the dumbing down.
yeah.
I mean, I don't, they're so asleep to what's really going on around them, they don't understand what the real ID is about. And so
Mm,
here was somebody rejecting the real ID as the ultimate ID. I was laughing at that. I thought that was just funny.
yeah.
But it's not funny in the long run because the real ID will be used before it's all said and done. They'll add to it, and people won't be leaving the state they're in no more. Their
Yeah.
right to travel will be taken away. Just like your
Yep.
hate speech. We've got all these different words for hate speech. Well, that's just to take your freedom of speech away from you.
Yeah. Right. It's communism. That's what they're bringing in.
Yeah. Well, all 10 planks of communism have already been implemented in the United States. And these people just can't see that's exactly what they're doing to you. And they just want to sit back and keep putting up with it. And then you get into the dating scene and the behavior of women and the behavior of men, and it just disgusts me because I want to see men start getting along. I want to see us start taking a stand of what's going on.
Mm,
But how?
Right.
Too many people would rather throw each other under the bus. Or they'll think that we just got to stop talking about it because it'll go away, right? So do you think if you
Mm.
stop talking about TFL, Dave, it'll go away?
No, it's just gonna get. It's just with what's going on, it's just gonna get worse.
That's exactly what it's going to do. It's only going to get worse. It wasn't because Bill gave it a name that it got worse. Because it was already growing and getting bigger before I gave it a name. And that's before it ever had a name.
Mm.
Hey, I want to ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
It so you're talking about communism, and I'm no communist. Believe me, I like Trump. I love Trump, but
You love the show.
do
Okay,
you
go ahead.
think that what was that?
I just said you love the show, but go ahead.
Yeah, I love this. I love this show. Heck yeah. Um. Anyway, yeah, I'm no communist, but can you see how capitalism might be responsible for TFL?
Um, how about NWO and not capitalism? How about they're all part of the freaking same thing? As far as communist goes, you don't got to worry about that because all 10 planks of communism have already been implemented in the United States right under your
Yeah, I
nose.
understand that. Yeah, if you look at America, I think that if we look at what the founding fathers put in the Bill of Rights, we are more closer to the 10 planks than we are like the Bill of Rights for sure.
Well, you got a situation where we have people believing things that are good that ain't good, okay? Not looking into enough and falling for the propaganda that's been fed all over the internet. I can think of so much that's been scrubbed off the internet since I started doing this that you cannot find no more because it's been removed from the internet. It's no different than the book burning when people think it was an accident that the government came into the schools after World War II and replaced all the history books. See, none of that shit was an accident. They replaced them history books on purpose.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. I think history, it's been rewritten multiple times. We've had during the Reformation, we've had the church uh, purge all the books and kind of modify because they kind of a couple kings in the 17th century they wanted to kind of modify history. In China, we've had history revised. But yeah,
And
but
9/11 was wrote into history. It's the official story that was told on TV. Okay? And so in 100 years from now, the little children will learn that a bunch of hijackers with box cutting knives hijacked some planes and did what they did. And it's all a complete lie. Okay?
yeah.
And, and the list goes on and on. So then you think to yourself, they're lying in the history now for later on. They've been doing this forever and ever and ever.
Mhm.
And they'll
Well,
push it hard for you to learn your history in school. You gotta study your history so that you'll believe the lie.
yeah, but history itself, I mean, uh, there's just so many contradictions with the way that the history they taught. I'm not even talking about the political correct. Everyone knows about the political correctness and how they're kind of afraid to say what it is. But I'm talking about major things like there's huge things. You can look at Anatoly Fomenko, his new timeline theory, where a lot of people believe that the Roman Empire it has been pushed back about 1,000 years. So there's a lot of stuff, and he's got a lot of good evidence for um, why they want to say ancient Rome might have been 2,000 years when it might have been only 1,000 years ago.
Well, I can only tell you this. I have little trust for history. I have little trust for what they're throwing in your face saying they have evidence. Okay? I can only say this. Because of what I've seen and witnessed and know it's been going on for a long time, there's not too much in history I would actually trust. I would have to say if I can invent a way to travel back in time, I'd rather go witness it with my own eyes and know you're telling the truth than to believe a lie.
Yeah, totally. That's why when it comes to history. Oh, I'm sorry, you were saying something. Oh, he started letting up. Anyway, what I think is like I really don't going back 200 years, I think you can believe probably half the stuff that you read in a history book, but past 2000 years, like really I really only look at like archaeological. I think the only thing we can really trust is the archaeological evidence. Going back because that's really all you can kind of go by really because you can't really trust there's like a lot of German historians in the early 1900s that they kind of they pointed out a lot of errors in what the historical mainstream is as far as they found there's just a lot like for example you can find like Roman homes that supposedly built in ancient Rome, but their wood doors are still not eroded yet. It's just kind of weird stuff like that.
Well, you have that. You have lots of stuff that suggests different things, but I only say this anymore. There's been too many lies told, too many lies wrote. Okay? And when you have as many lies as what's pouring in, you really have to dig hard to find the truth. And so I sit on a fence with a whole lot of stuff anymore because I have no choice. Because you can't concretely prove it no more than I can. Okay?
Yeah,
You can say you can, but you can't. You wasn't alive to know. Okay?
yeah.
And
Especially what you said about World War II, Bill. I mean, it's like right after World War II, they replaced all the history books, and there's just so much misinformation out there about World War II and a lot of cover-ups, and I think a lot of the elites from the Nazi Party were probably put under some witness protection program and relocated to some obscure part of the world and just lived out the rest of their lives in complete obscurity.
Yeah,
well,
there's
You
people
know,
who say they saw a lot of people think that Hitler went to Argentina, and then you have a lot of people
yeah,
Antarctica, like because this is a fact. Like you can see, uh, was it Admiral Byrd who took two aircraft carriers to Antarctica, and the purpose on the books, the purpose for this mission going to Antarctica with two aircraft carriers full of fighter planes and soldiers, thousands of soldiers. And the purpose was to monitor the enemy. This is after World War II. This is after Germany supposedly surrendered, right? So they say that Admiral Byrd went over there, BYRD, by the way. So he went down there, and they were defeated by whatever. And so the reason why they say they went there was to monitor the enemy. So if Germany supposedly surrendered in World War II, why are they going on this mission like on the book saying to monitor the enemy after World War II ended?
well, that's because it's no different than 9/11. Two planes, well, two holograms flew into a building, and three buildings fell.
Right? Yeah, yeah. And then,
I
but
mean,
let me go.
well, it's just the point is there's so many lies being told, so much fraudulent stuff going on, and a lot of this stuff is purposely done to take your mind off of what's really going on.
Yeah, but
Okay,
we
it's
can't we can't talk about a conspiracy when it comes to when you have a simpler conclusion of what could have been. I mean, how many people have you seen that have said their truck got stolen or their house burned down, but they were just trying to get the insurance money on it? Have you? I'm sure you've had people who known people who done that.
well, the insurance money. There's people that do this stuff, and if they get caught, of course, they're going to go to jail. You know, maybe somebody might want to say their vehicle got stolen, and then it got wrecked for the insurance on it to pay off the loan because they don't want the loan no more.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know. When I grew up, I had a guy came to a friend of ours came into our neighborhood, and he claimed his truck was stolen in my front yard, and then it's like, yeah, I've never had a car stolen, but and then he gets the insurance claim for that truck,
Well,
and then
not that it couldn't be stolen in his front yard, but most likely it wouldn't be, but it could, right? But if you ain't getting nothing out of insurance on a vehicle, and most often, if you owe money on it, it pays off the loan and blah blah blah, and that's about it. You're not getting nothing out of it. And on a house, if you burn it down, maybe you don't intend on living there no more. And you're getting yourself a few grand or whatever. Okay, but there you are. You're right back into the monetary bullshit again. And that's one of the major destroyers in society is the monetary system because it keeps you a slave, pretty much keeps you enslaved.
Yeah. So I can understand, Bill. I'm going back to the capitalism thing. I don't understand why people are so into, and I'm not communist by any means, but I mean, can you see why capitalism is kind of related to TFL?
No, because TFL isn't related to that. TFL is related to social engineering and years of it.
Well, I mean, because think about it, like this whole thing, this whole dating market thing. The reason why women have so many options today, and men are just kind of they're trying to. You have good looking guys who have good jobs, and they have a lot of skills to offer in a relationship. 100 years ago, they would have had a wife who gave them 5 kids.
Yeah, but
You
your
know,
women are in the workplace now. There's a lot of women out earning men.
right, right. And why are they in the workplace?
Well, they've been in the workplace since because we claimed on what we did to divide the genders.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean,
They were put in the
it was gonna.
workplace to help, not just to give the other half of the population taxes to the people at the top. That was only one.
Yeah.
That was only one reason. The major reason was to take them out of the home to destroy the family unit.
Right, because
No,
all these corporations they wanted to have two people work. They wanted to have a bigger job market. They want to have the woman and the man working so that they could that's going to when you double the population of the workforce, you're going to be able to pay everyone lower wages, right?
well, not just the lower wages. See, people got to understand the dots. If you used the dot connector theory David Icke uses, and you was to come into the dating arena and you go into feminism, you go into the workplace, you go into women there, and you start connecting the dots will all connect. There's been a bunch of genders put into this. Pornography was one of the major tools to help destroy the family unit as well. There's many tools that went into it in social engineering. None of it's an accident. TFL is just a simple product of social engineering through different
Uh,
many forms.
the pornography thing. I think that's used to beat up men. I mean, I'm tired of everyone blaming men. Oh, it's these men with their pornography. I don't think it's that big of a.
I
I mean, yeah,
now was okay. Now hold on here a second. First off, pornography was a hidden thing and not as big as it is right now. Second off, when the computer first come out, pornography you had to pay for. Now it's free everywhere. That's not an accident in a $1 billion industry called pornography that they would make it free for everybody. Okay? That's not just a coincidence. Okay?
it goes back to the marketplace. It's not free. I mean, they have ads on there that you're forced to
Uh,
watch.
I'm
So
sorry, but
that's how
if
they
you,
make their
I'm
money.
sorry, if you want to look up pornography, you can find it free all over the internet. And if you're not looking, oh well.
No, it's free, but just like YouTube's free, but
Well,
they have
yeah, but
advertisement. That's how they get their
okay,
money.
but
Same with pornography.
if you can't connect the dots to see how this goes together and divides the genders and destroys them, that's really not my
Oh
problem.
no, no, it's not good for the relationship between male and female. But I think it's just like they make their money. It all goes back to the marketplace, Bill. Like they make their money
Well,
through
yeah, but now
advertisement.
let's get back to the you want to bring up the marketplace. So what you're saying is the human beings, okay, for a man and a woman is a marketplace. Okay, so it's a sexual market value on the market. So you're a piece of meat. So you're
Everything's a
cattle.
marketplace on
That's
this planet,
because we've allowed it. And if you can't see how that hasn't destroyed society,
Bill. I see how, but when you have a capitalistic system where everything is a marketplace, then I mean, in a capitalistic system, it's like libertarian. All these right wingers are like, oh, libertarianism, and let's everything comes down to the dollar. So all these people, well, I guess we could just sell our land to China,
well,
build military,
oh,
because it's
but
money.
yeah, whose fault is it?
it's people when you have such a capitalistic society, people are going to go towards whatever the bottom line is, which
Right,
is the
and how did you get the capitalistic society?
I guess it's what is that what people want?
No. How about a shove down your throat?
I mean, exactly. I mean, so like
Nobody
in the
wants communism, but all 10 planks are in place and they're implemented on you. You had a million man march on Washington that never even made CNN or ABC or CBS or Fox or NBC. That's right. A million man march happened on Washington, and the only place you could find it was from some home video where people captured on YouTube because they had a media lockdown on it.
okay.
Okay? None of this stuff's an accident. TFL's never been an accident. It's a direct result of NWO and social engineering.
Yeah, but this is the way the marketplace is going, Bill, because you got
And it's going that way because we, the people, are cowards and allow it to happen because we've lost care. The
mhm.
only care we have left in today's society is for selfish number one. And very few people actually have care more than selfish number one. And then people like myself are called weak because we care. No, actually, we're not weak because we care. The ones who lost care are the ones who are weak.
Yeah, that would be the true if you have a system of men who are working together, like a patriarchal system, like we had, where men, or like you look at the Amish, where men actually value their brotherhood with other males, and they're afraid to cheat with their brother's wife,
Well,
but
I understand
we're,
what you're saying, and I agree to the extent of what you're saying. But the only thing I don't agree with is that you're going to have that type of a system where you're going to put the woman back in the house and tell her what her role is.
what do you mean?
Okay? A lot of people want to say you need to take the woman back out of the workplace, put her back in the kitchen.
No, I actually don't agree with that, because I like women who have their own jobs, and they provide their own income. I think it's better for men. Is let's say if I do get married, again, if I do get married again, I am gonna get with someone who has her own job. She makes her own money, and if stuff doesn't work out, hey, you go your way, I go my way. If we have kids together, you get the kids for 1 week, I get the kids for 1 week. If you want to do this kind of old fashioned lever to beaver kind of system, where the male's working all the time, the woman's playing house at home, which is not traditional, by the way, and I'll go into that more if you want, but it's not actually traditional, that kind of thing. It's a early 1900s thing, brought by American, cheap fuel, gasoline, the ability, and then a booming economy that brought the kind of system around, where the guy can just work all day, and the woman can just stay at home and dust the house. But when you get in these kind of relationships with a woman where you're working all the time and she's just playing homemaker, you know, if you divorce, you're in trouble, because the court is going to just try to continue the life that the children had prior to the divorce. So that means if you're working 60 hours a week, you're going to keep working 60 hours a week. If she's staying at home with the kids all the time, she's going to continue staying at home with the kids all the time. So men can't really, I mean, you can complain about it, but you got to realize that kind of when men get in these situations where they're divorcing, and they're paying they feel like a walking ATM, so to speak. They're just having to work, and they pay a bunch of money and maybe see their kids every other weekend. When they're in this situation, you got to realize that they kind of got into it in the marriage.
Well, they kind of got into it in the marriage because a lot of people don't stand up for themselves, especially against their opposite gender. Let's look at the reality. If I call 5 men out on their wrong behavior, that's acceptable. If I call 2 women out on their wrong behavior, I'm a woman hater.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay?
still, even though we're in a modern society and everyone's supposed to be equal, they still have these uh obsession with, you can't, these traditional kind of expectations where, oh, you can't say that to a woman, or, well,
You want to bet? I'll say any damn thing I want. She can say any damn thing she wants to me, and I'll say any damn thing I want to her. And anybody says, well, you can't because she's a woman, I want you to please reach around the backside, grab your head by the back of its hair, and pull it back out of you know what. Because that's where you have parked it. See, it's this division right here. We have all these double standards and all this stuff, and none of it's a freaking accident. All of this has been deliberately done to destroy the genders. Okay, and it's no lie, it's all factual. It's in people's face. So I'll let Dave chime in on this. He's been quiet for a little bit. So I want Dave's opinion.
I definitely think there's a lot of double standards with that bill. It's you the moment you speak up for yourself, you're the bad guy, and everybody paints this picture of you as the bad guy,
That's right. So
Um,
I got somebody. A good example that Dave is. I got somebody that's nosy, trying to stick their nose into what's going on in my home with Heather, right? And of course, I was being a smartass to him yesterday. They send me a text that says blah blah's name said that you're throwing your wife out. So my answer back to this her was, oh, they said that you're throwing your wife out. So see, I used her own words back on her and told her she was throwing her wife out, right? Okay? It
mm,
went right over her head what I'd done. So then she come back again. So then I says to her, look, you have 5 people in the house, or 6 people in total in the house. That's including her and myself, right? And 5 people want one person gone. And if I move myself from the equation, 4 people still want that same person gone. So you know what? You know what her answer was? So what did
mm,
myself and Jason do to make this happen? She totally skipped the fact that there was a second female in the house that wanted that same person gone.
mm,
It came right back down to, let's skip over that and say, what did you and your son do to make this happen? See how it's all our fault, but yet they're not in the home? They don't know the first thing that's going on
yeah.
here, but I'm a guy, and my son's a guy, so it must be our fault.
Hey, Dave.
Yep. Hey. Yep.
Hey, we've talked before. This is Espo. We've talked before, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, what do you think about like a more state controlled society versus capitalism? Do you think it has any effect on TFL?
Well, capitalism. I just think capitalism has gotten so out of control in this country. We were talking about like Amazon a little while ago, and that guy Jeff Bezos, he's the CEO of Amazon, and it's just crazy how you got these people that are worth just billions of dollars. The guy's worth $168 billion, and you got people making making $15 an hour, and they're trying to tell them, and they're actually getting these people to believe that, oh, that's a pretty good wage. $15 an hour is chump change in this country. As far as it, I can see a little bit of your point there, causing it, because they money is kind of being used as a weapon to divide the genders. I can kind of see a point there. Because money, they're literally they're wielding money as like a weapon, to just control the masses. And
But what about relationships and stuff? Relationships, marriage, and so on. What do you think? Capitalism versus a more state controlled society. How do you think that would affect marriage, relationships, and TFL?
I think they just kind of all go hand in hand. They just kind of tie into one another. But I just don't think any of them are really good for relationships. They've all it's just been all kind of brought into just um, to just kind of destroy a once pretty good, healthy, up into the mid 60s. Our society pretty much had healthy relationships. The divorce rate was less than 5%, going into the 1960s, and it started, when you started getting into the like early to mid 70s, and you started seeing the divorce rate starting to escalate.
Yeah. Let me tell you something I
Yeah.
saw on I'm into bicycling, okay? I like mountain biking, I like road biking. I was on a bicycle forum, okay? And there was a lady on there on this bicycle forum, and she's talking about her $4,000 road bike, okay? And then a male responds to her and says, "Oh man, why do you need a $4,000 bike?" You know. And so her response, I mean, he wasn't being mean by it, but her response was just utter anger. And she responds to this guy and says, "You know what? Like, don't you even ask me why I need a $4,000 bicycle. You better like shut up." Because I guess because all you ride is under $1,000 bicycles. I guess the only way we would ever talk to each other is if you were fixing my roof, is what she said to this guy. So it kind of
Yeah.
it kind of gives me a kind of mindset that a lot of women, because of this capitalist society, if women, they have all these, they get their good air conditioned job, they're making $4,000 a month, a nice government job, they can afford to pay someone to do their roof at minimum wage. They can afford to pay some auto worker at big old tires to fix their car working minimum wage. So it's like, what do women need men for when they can pay all these minimum wage work, and the higher the population gets, the more minimum wage workers you have doing all these jobs that in history past, women would need to marry a husband and make sure he has his
Mm.
finances in line, and make sure he can fix the cars and fix the roof on the house. But now she doesn't need that,
Well,
because the kids
cars actually, guy, cars. The examples you gave over are pretty good, except for the automobile industry. That's not true so much anymore. Now, even the average man who has mechanical skills is unable to fix his own car at his own house because he don't have that $40,000 scope. He don't have that blah 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 tool.
Yeah, cars today. I mean, I don't have any car newer than 2002, so I haven't experienced it, but I've heard from my parents that modern cars, you need to take it to the dealer because they got their special computers to look at the code and so on. But my point is that as society, as labor gets cheaper and cheaper, what the value that woman gets from settling down with one husband, as handy as he can be, it's not. I mean, she can basically hire out any job in her house for minimum wage, cheap labor. So what? Because of this capitalist system.
It's not because of capitalistic system. No. That's the part that they got people confused on. First off, the system is completely corrupt to begin with because you're allowing a handful of people to control millions of people and decide for other millions of people. Okay, that's only just one little stepping stone. This thing is so deep and so drawn out and been going on so long. Most of this is social engineering because everything you just said goes right along with what NWO is calling for. You're going to have all these women that why would they want to settle down with one guy? They don't have to because they have this and this and everything you said. You're talking truth with what you're saying, okay? But when you really think about what you just said, even though you're telling truth, it all goes right back down to separating the genders.
Mm. Yeah, they start drilling it into the woman's head that get your education, which is really an indoctrination process. Go to college, take out that giant student loan debt, and just and get the best job that you're capable of, because they basically want you tied into the workplace, and they want you owing money on a giant student loan. So you're gonna be paying that off for 25 years, and then they want you to take out a mortgage. So you just like basically you're just gonna be in debt your whole life. That's basically all it really is. This whole when you look at the whole big when you look at the big picture.
It is because the big picture wasn't that he said anything that was out of line or wrong.
Mm,
Okay, because it wasn't that he said anything out of line or wrong. The fact is, you're not connecting the dots how that separates the genders further, which goes right along with the NWO plan.
yeah.
Because the NWO isn't, people like say, oh, that's just a conspiracy theorist. You're a nut. Well,
Mm,
I'm sorry, but most of everything I've told people about has materialized in their face. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look around you and see what's really going on. But you got to pay
right.
attention to what's going on to understand. And then when you pay attention, David Icke says some good stuff because he's right. If you understand what's going on, you can pretty much predict the outcome. And they've got freaking mega years studying the human behavior and the human mind. They know exactly what they're doing.
Mm,
So, my thing is to fight
mm,
back. I don't want to see it go down to the point that a woman, okay, she has all these choices you're talking about. She's in the workplace out earning a man doing this and this. What good is a man for her anymore? Okay, everything's already taken care of for her, right?
Yeah.
Right. And so then you got the movie that they promoted and pushed around called A World Without Men. Okay? You have the reality that Steve Hoke talked about. In today's society, women love women, men love women, women hate men, and men hate men.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a girl at work, and I was actually talking. You're familiar with the oofy doofy theory, right, Bill?
Yes.
And Dave, you know what oofy doofy is, right?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so like I was curious, and she's a good looking girl. She's in her young 20s, and she's a good looking girl. I said, well, what do you think about this? Like, do you think women sometimes choose a guy because they kind of want someone who's kind of not as attractive to her, kind of they can control? And her response was, oh no, if I could, if I wanted someone I could control, like I would date another woman because then at least with another woman I get the beauty of a woman, and then I could be in control. But no, see, she said if I'm gonna choose a guy, like, I'm gonna choose a guy who takes control.
Yeah. She wants a guy that takes control. She says this.
Yeah, that was what she told me. Yeah.
Okay, so really what she told you, she wants to take control of the guy.
What do you mean?
Well, pay attention. Women are notorious for this. They actually say the opposite of what they mean. If she's telling you she wants a guy that takes control, no, she don't. She wants to take control of a guy. She's after the perfect simp.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, like, I see a lot of women that are they say they want this kind of illusion of the guy being in charge in front of her friends and so on, but when it comes down to it, she wants a guy who she knows that in a pinch she can control him, but in a pinch, but she wants a kind of an illusion of, oh, she's got this alpha male who's in control. But when it comes down to when they get home that night, she knows that she can get her when it comes to a big decision.
Yeah.
Mm,
Well, unfortunately, anymore, we have this big epidemic, okay, of people who want to control other people. But yet, I have yet to see anybody that wants to be controlled by another person. Okay,
Well,
nobody wants to be told what they can and can't do.
a lot of these women who've had like 50 or more partners, they've had a lot of partners, and they have like a lot of these kinky women that you guys know what I'm talking about. Like a lot of like really kinky women, they do have some kind of fetish for the guy being in control.
That only goes so
Yeah,
far. And if she has a
yeah, and
fetish
that.
for, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, I was just gonna say. I mean, that's the first mistake right there. Is you got to go into it like it's a team effort, because that's what a relationship is. You can't, one person can't be controlling of the other. That's just a recipe for disaster.
Exactly.
And it's just doomed to fail.
Oh, that's why I've always said to people, because you got the old saying that the man's in charge of the house. Then you got the woman saying, I'm in charge of the house, who wears the pants in the house. And I was all sarcastic and said that we run around naked, okay? Because when they say who wears the pants in the house, you say we all run around naked. Nobody's wearing the pants in the house, which, which is what Dave just said without saying it the way I said it. Okay.
And these guys who say they're in charge of their house, you actually go to their house, and the whole house looks like it's been designed by the decoration. So it looks like a female has chosen how, and he might be consigned to a little tiny bedroom. There's many little man cave, but he still tries to talk to you like he's in charge of the house.
Well, yeah, he
Yeah,
puts he
with
puts
most
on
of
he
the
puts on the act. Go ahead, Dave.
yeah, most of the time the wife picks out the furniture and all the other baloney. And if the guy doesn't like if he doesn't like pets or anything like that, but he's forced to have to put up with a couple of dogs running around making a mess out of the house, and things like that.
Oh, she'll
You know.
domesticate him real quick. She'll say,
Yeah.
I'm in charge of decorating. I'm in charge. You can't have your video game system out in the living room TV. You gotta go put your video games in that little 40-inch TV in the bedroom. Okay, I'm sorry, but and your job is to basically work your job, come home.
And do as she says.
Yeah,
Right.
but when we go out to dinner with our friends, like you need to look like you're this alpha male. You need to look like we want to look like to our friends. We want to look like you wear the pants. But when we get home, no. You go if you want to play your video games. You go to your little man cave.
No, that ain't even when you get home. It's as soon as you left the diner and got in the car.
Mm.
I mean, I'm sorry, but most people are fraud and fakes and relationships today's society. I've seen too many guys already that will not stand up to their female. When I'm not talking about abusing them, I'm talking just about simply standing up for yourself.
No, well they
Because
can't. They can't because he knows that if they got in a fight, she could go on this online dating app because of how skewed the dating market is today. She can go on a dating app and she could find 100 men
she can
for every
replace
one
him
woman.
just like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's correct. Okay,
And so he
so
knows that.
he
She
can't.
knows that.
Okay, but it's not that he can't. The problem is people ain't willing to. If enough guys would say, "Oh, okay, go ahead, replace me." Okay, and enough guys would just simply walk away from women. Okay, which of course we know is not going to happen, right?
It's not gonna happen. No,
Right.
no,
We
not gonna
already.
happen.
I'm saying that now. We know this is not going to happen. But the reality is, if men would freaking grow their gonads back and walk away from these women, they wouldn't be able to wield the power over you.
Yeah, but you see, it's like you're not going to talk these guys into it because their whole value system is based on all these movies when I was growing up with told me I
Yep,
need to have
social
a woman.
engineering.
Oh, I as a male am not happy unless I have a woman. My biology teachers in school have told me that a man's worth is judged by the females of his species choosing him or not. So these men are going to they're going to pay whatever. They're going to keep putting that money out. They're going to keep putting their time out. They're going to keep paying for dinners for these dates who really don't even or just using them. They're going to keep investing. So all you can do as a guy, as an intelligent guy like the people on this who are listening, these intelligent men, all you can do is say, "Hey, I'm gonna choose not to invest. I'm gonna choose that this dating market. It's a bubble. It's a dating market that is extremely overvalued to the point of like the Weimar Republic." And I'm going to choose. I mean, I can't control what other guys do because other guys are going to keep investing. They're going to keep spending their time, money, resources. But me personally, I'm going to focus my resources and my time on my own life, my own happiness, and let them take the fall like they want to do. They obviously don't see it coming.
Well, now
Mm.
I ain't got nothing against that attitude because that is the right attitude to have. You know,
'Cause yeah, you can't
it's no
control what these
different.
guys
Well, it's no
they do.
difference. You cannot keep holding on to somebody who treats you like dirt. You cannot keep holding on to somebody when it's not there. I'm sorry, this just don't
No,
work.
but you know why they treat you like dirt? Because they realize that you are so easy. They've got 200 friends. Oh, so they got 700 friends on their social media, their Facebook or whatever. 200 of those people are men who are willing to get back with her. Willing to get with her. So she's gonna treat you like dirt because
Because
your
she
value.
can.
Because
Well,
yeah,
she
because she
can.
she has so many guys interested in her,
And
and you got
even
to
if you
understand.
bend over, even if you bend over and do her every want, guess what? She's still gonna replace you.
Oh yeah, yeah. You usually do
So
everything
there,
right.
so
Yeah, she's
that's
gonna.
right. She's still gonna replace you. So my thing is this: you don't keep putting up with it. Stand up for yourself. If she leaves, I would tell her first thing as she's leaving, please let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Okay?
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
it's as simple as that. I'm not going to play the game. Well, but you don't want to be alone again. I'd rather be alone than put up with the toxic BS that I'm watching go
Yeah,
on.
exactly. Build men need to have some self respect. I see all these guys on these forums saying, "Oh, my wife or my girlfriend, she cheated on me, and she keeps talking, even not even cheated on me. She keeps talking about some guy she should have got back together with back from high school. And if it was me, and you start talking about, oh, I should have got with this guy in high school, I'm like, I'm out the door. I'm not even going to talk to you anymore. I lost interest in you because you're talking about some other guy you're pining for from your college days. I'm gone.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm all ready to be
Yeah.
teamed up. I mean, let's just give you an example, okay? I've been speaking out on the dating scene for a lot of years now, and NWO, okay? And I've put some videos up where I was actually pretty straight across the board. I was just as fair to women as I was men. I called out the men's wrongs and I called out the women's wrongs. And I made sure and told everybody right off the bat this is not 100% across the board. So when I'm calling out the women's wrongs, I made it clear that it's not every single woman, but if you're a woman that's doing this stuff, then that's the one I'm talking about, right? Okay. But see, this is how the message goes over. We heard what you said about men, but we disregard everything you said about women because you're a woman hater, and blah, 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 as they go right back to the double standard, the lie to cover up for the woman. Now, here, let's just go one step further with this. I'm right back in my hometown now, okay, where I grew up. I have a friend that was a lifetime friend of mine, right? Known him my whole life, went to school with him, right? Well, because he's asleep at the wheel and he's seen a few of the dating scene videos, he has perceived me as a woman hater because he's not awake to anything that's going on in society. So he's no longer a friend because I dared to speak up against a female.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of guys are like that, and the best thing to do is let
Yeah.
them go out of your life.
Oh yeah, that's exactly it. So bye. You're lost, not mine. I can't help it that you're that stupid.
And Bill, you know what? You're lucky. You're lucky that he didn't do any damage to your life, because some of these guys who worship women will not only. I mean, you're lucky you got away with just that.
Well, I'm already ready for the bullshit anyhow because it's going to happen regardless. Because you cannot be a guy in today's society and separate from a female with other people sticking their nose where it don't belong. And
Yeah.
you already know whose side they're all going to be on. That's why I said, if you're in a married relationship with your married wife or whatever, and husband, and you've been together for years and you got married couples that you hung out with and did shit with, and they were married friends forever with you, right?
You right?
The minute that divorce happens, they're no longer your friend if you're a guy.
Yeah, but partly, I think, Bill, that's part of the guy's fault too. And I don't like to put blame on the guy because I think it happens too much. But think about this: when two people get married, you see the women. maintaining her female friends with a very high passion. But the male, you see him just completely disappear from his male friends, and it's partly not so much. I mean, yeah, I mean it's his fault, but it's partly because his wife is kind of she allows herself in a marriage to have her female friends, but she kind of discourages the husband from maintaining his guy friends.
Well, that's because he was never a man to begin with.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
for sure.
Yeah.
the reality he wasn't a man to begin with because what you just said was he bent over and took it in the rear. Okay,
Yeah.
because he's a
That's
man,
the
I got
white
to
knight
bend over
syndrome.
and I got to bend over and take it in the rear, man. I'm a man. That's what makes me a man is when I have a big old penis shoved in my, what.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe humans are going towards being like an insect kind of colony, where like the men just kind of totally self-sacrifice themselves in order to mate. Maybe that's where
It's
humans are
not
going.
worth it. It's not worth it.
No,
If they would just get their heads out of there, and do what we already know they're never going to do, okay? But that's all it would take, because, MGTOW, I said this and I've said it and I'll always say it. The concept of MGTOW, men going their own way, was a great concept. It's just too bad men won't really do it. Because if they'd really do it in mass numbers, you want to watch how fast these women will backtrack. But they're never going to backtrack because they don't got to, because too many so-called men might as well be call themselves a transgender and pick out a girl's name for themselves. Even if you're not, you might as well say you are, okay? And you might just well pick out a girl's name and put on a dress because you was never a damn man to begin with. People wonder how I would sit here in front of a female and make TFL videos. People would wonder why I didn't hide my videos or take them down. And do you think it's really a loss for me if a lifetime friend walked away from me because of my views on life? At least my views are accurate. They're so sound asleep they don't even know what's going on around them. So they're attacking somebody over something they know nothing about and making false accusations because they know nothing about because they haven't opened their eyes. Because all it does is take speaking up against a woman one time, but yet these same idiots, they'll be sitting there talking about Hillary Clinton without a problem, right? They'll put her down. She's a woman. Well, but that's different.
Mm.
No, that's not different. You called her wrongs out. But if I called somebody's wrongs out because their name wasn't Hillary Clinton or something, oh, I'm a woman hater and I'm this and I'm that. Well, I got a surprise for you idiots. Well, then so are you. If you dislike Hillary Clinton, you're a woman hater.
Mm.
Now, see, that's called being a hypocrite, right? But isn't that what's really going on? This is what we see all the time, isn't it? People running around doing wrong and saying they're speaking up for everybody, and really it's all about their own ego. It's all about fitting in. So it goes back to what you talked about earlier. Women don't have to anymore. That's correct.
no. I mean, when I look at my local Walmart, when you go down the typical general store, you see women just wearing their pajamas into the store. And the guys are all, guys are trying to look nice. They're clean shaven, and they're wearing nice clothes, a nice pair of jeans. But the women, they don't care because they can wear the pajamas. They can wear their pajamas in the store. They still know that their value is at a premium today. They can do whatever they want, and they can still have guys say, "Oh, you're beautiful."
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't think it's a lesson that's going to be learned. I think what's going to happen is the people at the top are going to get their wants because of stupidity and dumb and ignorance, okay? It's going to be no different than hell by the dashboard light. I mean, the guy literally did some really great work back when he was driving around in his vehicle. He's never ever showed his face, but he said a lot of very accurate stuff, okay?
Yes, yeah, I love Hell by the Dashboard Light. I think he's
Okay? The only problem I have with him is his anger and his eugenics talk,
is
okay?
what?
His eugenics talk about survival of the fittest. putting other guys down because, well, they're an Asian and they're short and they're skinny and they're in a
Oh, okay.
gym when he's in a gym and they're working out and he's working out and they have a girl in their arms and this girl's too good for him. How come that girl's not with somebody like me? Because I'm a man. I'm this and this, you know? That kind of shit right there. No, he's not a man. Matter of fact,
Yeah,
he probably deserves to be living what he's living.
yeah, I see what you're saying. It's kind of like, when you have this extreme competitiveness and this jealousy of men for their wives. What isn't it one of the 10 Commandments, like, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife? It's there for a reason. When you have that kind of system where men aren't jealous over their neighbor's wife, they can actually work together and make a community.
Well, that's because of the breakdown of the real. That's the breakdown of the genders. That's people not understanding what they're doing. That's really what you're witnessing. It's all NWO related. This is the part that you really have trouble getting through people's heads.
Oh no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, but I think we can't say it's a conspiracy when it seems like it's just the capitalistic system and the technology and the job market that allows women to get these easy air conditioned
So
jobs.
what do you call it? What do you call a conspiracy? I want your definition of a conspiracy.
Yeah, it's multiple people colluding together to gain an action that's beneficial to them.
Okay, well, it's more than one person, right? Colluding together. Okay. So wouldn't you not say that that's exactly what's going on in society?
With regards to the dating situation, the marriage situation.
Yeah.
No, I think
Yeah, but see, this is where I'm coming from here is I knew you were going to say that. And the reason I said that is because if you want to know about the dating situation, you got to first start at the top. I don't care what people say about their government's not involved in the dating arena. That's a complete lie. You can lie about it, turn your back to it, ignore it, look the other way all you want. It doesn't make it any less true.
well, I'm not gonna say it's the government conspiring to try to break down the male and female relationship when it's just the market forces, it's technology, it's medicine that allows
So
people to sleep.
you think feminism was just accidentally born, huh? You don't think that didn't have any government involvement or any rich people involvement, huh?
No, I think they had reason for wanting to expand the job market to bring down the wages of the worker to have more. Yeah, no, I think it might be some kind of benefit to corporations and the government is for sure has a benefit too because now they can tax twice the number of people. So yeah, and I'm sure that it's partly that too. But you know, you can't bring something into society like feminism without having everything else in place too. I'm talking about, because even in the 20s they tried the promise, they called the roaring 20s, where people started kind of experimenting in the 1920s. And
Right. It's okay.
um,
So, but do you realize the sexual revolution that went on? You know, the days of the hippies and free sex
yeah,
and love and blah blah blah.
yeah.
Okay. Do you think that was a good thing?
No, but it's they tried to do that kind of thing in the 20s, but they couldn't because the they didn't have the medicine, the antibiotics to protect against STDs, all these bacterial infections. So they had to put on the back burner, wait till wait till technology has gone to a point where they can uh, do this kind of promiscuous behavior without the outbreak of STDs. So I guess they tried again in the 70s, and then and it was okay. It wasn't so much of a fallout from the
It
STD.
was never a good thing anyhow. It's all a bit about, unfortunately, it's just like if you get up on Tinder and you find out who's at the top of Tinder. One of your major players in charge of Tinder is Chelsea Clinton. And people really, if you really opened your eyes and look, do you believe, when I've told people before, the core of NWO, just like the core of an apple, is the dating arena. and it's in
Okay,
your
but
it's in
here's
your
where I
face
disagree with
though.
you, because you can add all this stuff. You can add laws. You can add Tinder. You can add all this stuff. But if we were 100 years ago, and uh, the job, they didn't have these easy jobs that women could get, and women were kind of dependent on males to be a husband, to work in a factory or to work on a farm. This Tinder and this promiscuity, it would not work 100 years ago, because of technology was different back then, because of you know uh, the job market was different back then. So you could add Tinder, you could add laws all you want, but you can't change society, the capitalistic marketplace, the job market. You can't change medicine that allows antibiotics, so people can sleep around without getting syphilis, destroying their brain. You know.
Okay, well, that's some funny stuff there, but the reality is this. Let's look at something very, very openly. Look at this. The Georgia Guidestones are as real as the car you climb in and drive every day. And anybody don't want to believe that can just get the location and drive there and take a picture of them, stand there next to them, and put their hand on them and check out that hallucination you're seeing, but it's not real, right? Because it's a conspiracy theorist, right? It's conspiracy, right? That's in your face. And then when you read the number of what they want to bring the population of the Earth down to, and then to control it, never rise, and never let it rise above that number again, okay? Then you'd have to say, how the hell could they ever control that? Okay, because people are getting together and they're appropriating and making kids all the time, right? So how could they control that? Well, why do you think I've said what I've said? Breaking it up of the family unit also weakens the country. Because when men and women were in successful relationships and families were strong and united, people actually had more care. And people got pissed off for the right reasons who would rise up together. You don't have that anymore. That's gone. That's a thing of the past. I mean, the actual program itself through NWO is to divide the genders. This is no lie. This is fact. It's to divide the genders, destroy the family unit, and divide the genders. How else would you control the population? You have to stop procreation from happening first, and you do it in a whole number of
Hmm.
different ways.
Yeah, and bringing in feminism is going to reduce the childbearing rate in
Yep,
any
and
country.
bringing in big pharma and drugs that'll make you sterile without you knowing it. Using GMO foods that'll help to make you sterile without knowing it. Separating the genders, okay, like you said earlier. Why would women, when she could have one guy and she can be blah, blah, blah? That goes right along with it. How else would we control the population? You ain't going to do it any other way to get involved in the dating arena and to divide the genders.
Well, yeah, that's the first thing that Hitler said would uh, bring the population together. Would be first you get the women, and then the children follow, and then soon follow the men.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the way they've set it up now is the children will be property of the state, of the government. Okay? And if they get their total want, which they will because nobody's going to do anything about it, okay? So when they get their total want together, then what you're going to have is a situation where children are being born in government hatcheries and women and men will not be producing no more.
I Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of the conspiracy theorists see this kind of total control kind of system coming in. I see things going more towards the chaos. I see, like, you look down in Mexico, you see the gangs taking over. You see a lot of chaos taking over more so than this mass control, new world order,
You
police
have
state.
to, what else, how else do you gain control? Through chaos. Through chaos, you scare the shit out of people and you gain control. What you're seeing going down in Mexico and all the people crossing the borders, Have you looked into George Soros? Because he's behind it. That's just like people believing in this BS about Trump being impeached in these hearings. Welcome to Court TV. Welcome to the new show. Nothing is real. Nothing is really taking place. Just a bunch of fakery in your face.
Let me ask you something. Someone, a counselor guy, is wanting to know in the chat, Bill. By New World Order, are you talking about social engineering or social conditioning?
Social engineering, social conditioning are one and the same. NWO is a plot that's been planned out freaking forever ago that's already in the United States and around the world right now. Okay, it's already been here. Okay, it's already happening in your face. When's the last time you heard of the State of the Union address where they wasn't talking about global affairs? Okay, all it is one world domination by the same people, which they pretty much already have. And of course, furtherly control. That's what the Real ID Act's about. And it's only just started. They fought and kept the Real ID out for several years now. But now they've actually gotten the Real ID through.
Yeah. See, I'm not actually like too afraid of control because I think, like, do you agree that like most of the population is not that smart? Let's look at
Do you know who Charlotte Isby is? Charlotte Isby is?
she's like someone in the school system or something about schools,
She
right?
wrote
In
she
the
wrote some great books on this, and she was
on education.
on education. And
Yeah,
she was actually in a high position in the school system. She talked about things that happened in the school system. She's the one that gave the dumbing down of America. So when you're talking about people are stupid and dumb, it's because it's been socially engineered.
yeah,
Knowledge
but
is being withheld.
look at how people would choose. Okay, so China. You agree with me that China is kind of an enemy of the United States, right? I mean, in
China,
past
man,
recent history, right?
China is the new superpower. It is the
Yeah,
new
but I mean
superpower.
but I mean, they threatened us before. They threatened the United States before. They've colluded with Russia when it comes to, if there's ever going to be a world war, like China's going to be on Russia's side. Um, but anyway, but yet still, Americans, when they go down to their local store, most of
Correct.
98% of Americans, when they have two products to choose from, they're going to get the cheaper Chinese made product. They're, so I mean, do you think that maybe I mean, I like how Trump kind of has supports kind of tariffs that kind of control people and kind of say, you know, Americans, you need to be buying stuff made here. You don't need to be buying stuff that's being
Well,
made in a
yeah,
country
okay, but
that wants to blow us up.
I mean, that's great how Trump can come up and talk about something a dollar late and a dollar short. Okay, because where was he when all the companies moved overseas for cheaper labors? How come we're still putting General Electric products in our homes? Isn't it General Electric that abandoned its own country and let all kinds of workers go unemployed that had been there forever? Yeah, that's GE that done that. And went overseas so they could pay slave labor and then turn around and be allowed to sell their product back to the people they took their jobs from? Oh, we went quiet on that one, didn't we? But that's the fact. That happened.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I see what
you
you're
think
saying.
about that. Why are you allowing them to not only lay off thousands of workers and leave them unemployed, but to go overseas, pay slave laborers for their own greed, and sell them products back to the people they took the jobs from?
Yeah,
Yeah, Donald Trump has never been a fan. Has never been a friend of the working people. Anyway, he's
It's a slumlord.
years ago when yeah, one my first job out of high school, I worked for Eastern Airlines, and he actually played a part of the demise of that company. And I remember that because I was actually caught up caught up in on that, and that was back in like the late '80s, about like 1989, 1990. And I was actually very familiar with Donald Trump even back then.
Yes.
And I mean, yeah, this guy has never been a fan. Has never been a friend of the working man.
No, he hasn't. I mean, the lies are gigantic. I can remember back in the day when we were doing the radio show, and they had the very first time we had the scare from North Korea hitting the United States with nukes. Now, this is the first time that took place, not this last round. Okay? And we were up on the radio show and we brought up a report of when the Clintons was in office, okay, where we helped fund North Korea's nuclear program. Oh shit, right as soon as we brought that report up and started reading it, they replaced my live stream with music.
Mm.
Okay, it's no different than when ISIS first come out. It was all over. Oh man, that's the new terrorist we got to keep out of the United States. Meanwhile, ISIS had
Mm.
2 known locations in the United States with phone number and website and a phone number to call them right here in America. And when I exposed that, my
Mm.
video lasted 15 minutes. It was taken down and I was struck for showing it.
Yeah, I think the ISIS thing was created because the Al Qaeda that was kind of wearing off. It was kind of getting old with the American people, and there was kind of like this, kind of like we got to create this new shock and awe type of thing to
It
kind of get
was. It
people
was
back
a
into this. You
it
know?
was a biblical name. It was biblical out of the Bible first off, okay?
Yeah.
And it was created actually by Hillary Clinton and Obama.
Mm.
That's who gave you ISIS. Was Obama
Yeah.
and Hillary Clinton. And it's just as fraudulent as anything else. See, and I don't get
What was
taught
biblical?
ISIS.
How is that biblical?
Oh my God, I'm not going to go into that right now. You can look it up, you'll find it.
No, ISIS is an Egyptian god.
Yes, but it was still biblical. I forget what phrase in it that they wrote that was biblical. Okay, but still, you're going back to goddesses again. Just like Monday, Forever Alone Monday. Monday stands for the moon goddess. He's praising women and putting women up on a pedestal right in everybody's face while he's saying he's on your side. Now, I got nothing against it, but you don't praise anybody. I'm not going to praise a woman, okay, just because she's a woman.
No, and that's something that I try to talk about men on my channel is that men need to start going back to spirituality, to praising a God, and it doesn't matter what God it is, whether it's Jesus or Buddha or whatever. Men need to go back to having that spiritual kind of connection with life, and stop, because nowadays, now that God's gone, what are men worshiping? They're looking at television. They're worshiping romance and sex and material items, because God's gone.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. I would have to say myself, in my own opinion, is because of the cremation of care. It's the loss of care, it's the loss of morals. You don't have a moral foundation, you don't have care. Sex belongs at the very last of the list when it comes to dating. But in today's society, it's at the front of the list. Did we lose something here?
Yeah. You still there, Bill?
Yeah, I'm here.
Kind of cut out for a minute.
Okay, because I heard that static like it was cutting out.
Yeah. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, that's weird. It's like it was just cutting out. No, I mean, and I've seen some interesting comments in here. And, what do you call it? MS Tree right here, 132. He said some good stuff on ISIS too. And that is an Illuminati name.
I thought you said it was a biblical name.
Well, if you go back and you look it up when they first created it, they used biblical. They used some phrases out of the Bible. but it wasn't all that. Okay, that's been a while since I looked that up, and I don't feel like digging for it again now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's one of them things. That's why I tell you to go look for yourself. Okay. But I mean, the reality is this stuff has all been fictitiously made with agendas behind it. There was no terrorist group named ISIS no more than there was an Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda never existed. The stuff just goes on and on. The lies that we've been fed, but the dating scene is the core of the NWO. I think
But
there's a lot of scare tactics put out here because you've got FEMA camps up the yin yang. Okay, you got the end of the world. You got World War III, and if you ask me, World War III started on 9/11 because the wars never ended and
Yeah.
it's doing nothing but escalating, and you were going into more and more countries through the agenda for the countries they wanted to go into. They're going into right under your nose, and conveniently, suddenly you don't hear the war being talked about no more, hardly ever. You hear it in a phrase here, a phrase there, but it's just like the silent war right now, isn't it?
Yeah, they want to keep it buttoned up, Bill. I mean, that's if you, it's almost like it's like an off. That subject is like is so off limits to talk about 9/11.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, you're definitely right, and ever since 9/11, that was the end of this country. Was when 9/11 happened,
It was. It truly was.
and and like you said, it's like the loss of care. That's another thing. Did you notice, like, when 9/11 happened, people were nice to each other for maybe 5 days,
Yeah.
and then after that, it was like everybody was back to being a selfish prick. You
Yep.
know.
Then they went right back to being selfish pricks and running over each other with their mentality. And this
Yeah.
is really the crux of the problem that we have is the loss of care. Because, I don't know how many people think, I know this. I actually have what you'd call true care. I don't run on ego, and I actually have true care. If I didn't have true care, I wouldn't care as much as I do for people the way I do. Even when I
Mhm.
left my son's mother, I loved her. I left her when I was in love with her. Okay, and it's probably the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But it was, I'm not going to sit back and continuously be dumped on. Did I cut out again, guys?
Mm. Yeah, just for about maybe 5 seconds or so, you cut out.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I hear that
Mm.
static show up. Seems like right when they're cutting me out. Okay, but the reality
Mm.
is care is the biggest issue we have. How else could you even
Mm.
explain it? Steve Hoka's statement was as correct as his correct gets. We are in a world where women love women, men love women, women hate men, and men hate men. That is literally the world we're living in. Does anywhere in that sound like
Mm.
there's any care involved there?
Yeah, yeah, you're right, Bill.
And we're not going to stand together. Nobody's going to rise up and do nothing unless they can start self checking themselves and start having care. I do this show because I
Mm.
actually care. I want us to have a place to come together and vent and talk about our problem. And some people say, well, with SBO here, that they think he's more of a troll. I've had that said to me since he's been on the show.
who, me?
Okay? Yes, you. Okay? And I still let you in here. Why? Because you still give good debate. You know what I'm saying? You still say good stuff, okay, regardless. And I'm not going to go with totally what they're saying as a troll, okay? I don't consider you as much trolling the show as we have a difference in opinions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I see through a lot of things that maybe people don't, but the reality is The Georgia Guidestones should be a big red flag to people because you can go visit it, take pictures of it, and stand next to it and get your picture next to it. That's how big of a conspiracy theory that is. And when you read the words that's wrote in three different tongues and look at the size of the stones and start comparing what it would take to have them stones, you'd realize a very, very wealthy person was behind putting them up. And do you think they're going to spend that kind of money and not mean the words they're saying on them?
Yeah,
I mean,
that
So
that definitely wasn't. Yeah, that definitely wasn't put there for shits and giggles.
yes.
so then going off that, why is it, do you think that the government, I mean, yeah, if you have a good job, like, yeah, you're going to pay a lot to have to birth a child, but if you're on state Medicaid, like, you're going to have that child birth for free. The state is paying for you to have
But
as
you're
many
not
children
really
as you
having
want.
a free, but understand this. Monetary system, the money was created by mankind. The monetary system, pretty much almost globally, is owned by a handful of people, and most of them all in one family called the Rothschilds, who actually own the Federal Reserve in the United States. Okay? So you have the monetary systems of umpteen nations in ownership of a family name. Okay? Controlling the money for entire nations. Your government doesn't control this country. That's your puppeteer show. That's your Hollywood act, your puppeteer show in your face.
But that doesn't answer my question though. If the agenda is to get under 500 million to cut the population so much, why are all these state Medicaids paying for poor people to have unlimited childbirths paid for by the state?
Well, why don't you take a look in reality at what the actual birth rates are? You find out they're plummeting. They're
I
going
know, but
down.
you see. I think the governments are actually encouraging. I mean, look at what a tax break you get for having one child in the United States. You get $4,000 uh, 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 sent back to you on your income tax for having
But
a child.
that's
Right?
gonna okay. But here,
Russia's even more. Russia even more
okay,
encourages you
let's
to have
let's
children.
let's look at a little reality. Okay, if we went back 40 years ago, the United States currency was number one on the globe. Okay, come up to the day's time. The United States currency has been falling in value underneath your nose the entire time. You say, well, prices are going up. No, prices ain't going up. Your dollar's falling in value and it takes more of it to cover the same product.
Yeah,
Okay?
inflation,
Right,
inflation.
that's right.
Yeah.
Now, you're talking about the babies. They're all being born this way, right? Okay, and you're saying it's for free. No, it's actually not for free. It's to help bring the value of the currency down more. Inflation. That's what it's really about. As far as controlling the population, they're already doing it. The numbers of births are falling. You've divided the genders more than ever. So of course that's going to cause less babies to be born. And how would you control the population, as George the God's going to say? It's only one way you could ever control the population to stop it from rising above a number. That is through the dating scene. You have to control the births.
Yeah, and I think this whole thing about with the healthcare and what they're doing is they're just kind of penalizing like middle class people. The middle class people have been getting really hit hard with the rising cost of
Oh
healthcare, the
yeah, if
high
you're middle
deductibles,
class, you're
especially
gonna pay 20,000 to have a child. 20,000
yeah
even
the
with
the
benefits.
yeah the real like really high, especially with these high deductibles. I think with the whole thing about like penalizing the middle class and like it kind of giving the breaks to the poor people and of course the people at the top it's all about killing the incentive of the ambitious,
Yep.
and just it's just demoralizing people, and and just kind of giving people, it just kind of making people kind of give up on life.
Yeah, well,
You know,
right
it's
here, media guy says I believe population control is the ultimate end goal of TFL. Okay, well, TFL has definitely been socially engineered, and it is part of the divide and conquer strategy, and it has done a number on society, helps them with population reduction. Okay, because you're dividing the genders up, less babies are being born, and the ultimate goal in the end is for them to have babies in hatcheries, and no man or woman should have a baby again, except for the very wealthy at the top who have been chosen special permission. No different than your real ID. The end goal of the real ID is to lock people down in the areas they're in.
hmm
And most people don't even realize that, and that's really what's happening right in their face. And
right.
my thing would be to try to get the genders back together again. But you got too many people, it's too far gone. Women are way too toxic. But then let's look at the behaviors of some of these men. They're no better than the women. But then that's because it's all been socially engineered. There should never be an epidemic or a problem with somebody meeting another human being. I mean, one of your big things is right in your face. Hey, I see Warren's around.
Yeah.
You can jump
Yeah.
on
That
in
that
here if you
definitely.
want, Warren.
Yeah. That was definitely the agenda with TFL Bill, was to just make it, basically in a nutshell, make it as difficult as possible for as many men as possible to find a female in his life.
It
I
is.
mean,
It's all been social engineered, and it's unfortunately we're to a point now, and to a part where people, if they don't get their heads out of their ass, I mean, unfortunately, I would agree. Most of the women in today's society are very toxic.
yeah.
Okay, and that's so in your face. You say, well, but they can afford to. Well, yeah, but see, you got to go through decades of social engineering and double standards and everything that's been put in society to understand the mindset. We've created this ourselves. Every time you cover up for females wrong, you help escalate the problem. Every time you call somebody a woman hater that speaks up against the wrong of a female, you're complicit with the problem and you're helping the problem to grow.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, Bill, I'm gonna be hitting the head. Okay, so I'm gonna be heading out of here.
Okay,
So
Dave.
all right, it's been good talking to you, and what's the other guy that's in here? What's your name again?
Oh, SBO.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, it's good talking to you, and yeah,
Hey, you too.
we'll catch up with you. Yeah, we'll catch up with you a little later. Okay, Bill.
Okay, guy, you take care of yourself and thanks for
All right.
showing up.
All right, no problem. We'll
All right.
talk to
Have a
you
good night.
soon. All right, Bill. All
Yep.
right, you too, guy. Take care.
And I see Warren came into the chat. I don't know if he's going to come into the live stream or not. He's always welcome to. But no, the reality is what it is. Okay? And there's nothing much I can do about it, only say what I see.
No, all men can do is just realize the dating market for what it is. Realize that what you're going to have to sacrifice if you do want to buy into this market, and you can kind of evaluate for. I'm not saying don't do it. I mean, if you're a guy in your young 20s and you really want to have a family and stuff, like I would never tell a young guy, don't date, don't plan on having a family.
Oh
It
no,
depends on.
I would never. I'm with you on that. I'm not going to try to discourage somebody from, what's natural, what they want, right? To have a
Yeah, it
woman in their
depends on
life.
what you are willing to sacrifice to get in that kind of relationship. It depends on what
You
you're willing to.
know, but what I would like to see is people really reach down deep inside and start digging through their own behaviors, men and women alike, because a successful relationship is built.
Yeah, but
Real,
Bill, honestly, how many women have you known that are able to self-reflect like that, like a man can?
unfortunately, seeing that when you say like a man can, that's more social engineering. Okay, it keeps us divided. It's
Oh,
not.
yeah,
It's
I mean,
not that women can't. but women don't have to.
I haven't known that many women who are able to have about self reflection and analyzing their self and their negatives. I haven't known many women who can do that.
Well, I'm sure you don't because there's not many left. Okay? Uh, Unfortunately, it's not that women can't, but it's been put out, it's been engineered out of them. Why would they have to? I mean, seriously, think about it. Why would they have to?
Oh, they wouldn't because they have everyone worshiping them on the dating websites, on the online, on the social media. So
And
why
even
would
in
they have
real
to
life,
self
even in real
reflect?
life, right in their own home.
Yeah, yeah, they're
Okay?
perfect. They're seen as perfect. So what, self reflection is brought on by a level of humility. You know,
Unfortunately, it's gotten so bad and so out of control that it's almost impossible to turn back around. We've allowed the problems to go on for way too long, and all they're doing is escalating. And so many people are so complicit with helping it escalate and don't even know they are. They'll think it's normal. That life's always been this way. Society's always been this way, and it's always been this way in the dating scene, and no one has it.
yeah, that's where we need older people like you and I to tell younger people that it was that way in the past. Because if you're younger, then you're brought up in the system and you think, oh, men always are expected to put such a heavy down payment on a relationship. They're expected to, totally change how their body shape is. Men are expected to totally change their careers. They're expected to change their whole life in order to have an opportunity to have success with women. But women, I mean, you could be an average woman with no job at all, and you know, you're just you're just given that. It's like what Stardust and Karen Strong said. Men are human doings and females are human beings, right?
Oh yeah, men are human doings, huh? So somehow we're not even human beings, huh?
Yeah, I mean, if it depends on what we do in life, what we our success, and so that decides if we're valuable to society or not, right?
Well, yeah, but see, this is part of the enslaved system because when you were born, your birth certificate has a number on it. It's in the stock market, cattle, and your value in the stock market is based on your work that you produce for the fucking wealthy.
Yeah, well, that's capitalism for you. Everything is a dollar amount. How much you provide to the system, how much you produce.
I mean, it wouldn't like me if I freaking had any say so. The first thing I'd do is abolish governments.
I don't know. When you have a system with no government, you see men. We have that kind of chaos.
Well,
You see
you
men.
want to say that, but I want to see it back that because you won't be able to back it because you wasn't alive when the time when there was no government, and neither was I.
No, but we can look at times of collapse and we
You
can
can
see how.
look at what's been fed to you and what's there to get. It doesn't mean it's accurate. It doesn't mean it's truth. So you could be looking at something and you might see some truth. You might also see a lie. You're going to have no way of weighing which is the lie and which is not without just making a guess yourself. Because you actually wasn't alive back then, and neither was I. And because we've
No,
done
well,
nothing but
we've
lie,
had cases of anarchists. We've had cases of government not having control for short periods of time in Europe and Africa, all over the world in the past 100 years.
yeah, in the past 100 years. See, that's another phrase I like what you said. Because I tell you what, they love to do things in increments like 70 to 80 years in part before they start the same plan all over again for a really good reason. Because the majority of the population that lived through the experiences will be dead before they start replaying the experiences. So they can flip them up and do whatever they want. And they can come in and replace history books over and over because this way they can keep you from finding out what happened this far back. They can give you the version they want you to believe. And the problem is we really, none of us have no way of backing anything up further than your lifespan because you're going to have to go with data that's been put there by another person. And can't count on that being accurate because too
Wow.
many lies for too long has gone on.
Wow. Yeah. No. I kind of understand like this kind of because I don't trust history going back more than 200 years from now because I think in the 1700s there was a few kings who tried to kind of rewrite history and you had the Reformation in which a lot of books were burned. But you, Bill, you're saying that you can't trust any history even more than we were more than 50 years ago, 60
Uh,
years ago.
I wouldn't
You don't
trust it.
trust anything.
No, it's gotten to that point because of what I've saw. Okay, I
Okay.
would
I
rather be.
respect that. I'm not.
I would
I
rather
respect that.
personally, yeah. Personally, I would rather sit on a fence about a lot of it, and I'm not going to argue with people over it because I feel this way anymore with the amount of lies we got going on.
Yeah.
Okay, and then knowing that we've been lied to for freaking so many years, decades. Okay, and sorting
Mhm.
out what was truth that was told us and what was lies. Okay, could be a forever job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot of time to expound the truth from history. I don't trust what we get from history books and stuff, but I think we're kind of like going back 200 years from now. I think we're kind of like at 50% accurate, and then more than 200 years ago, I think you're kind of like a crapshoot when it comes to history. But I mean, you're going farther than me. Like you don't even trust more than 50 to 60 years ago.
No, I don't.
Okay, yeah, I can
Okay.
see that. I mean,
And it's sad, but that's the way I feel because I feel that way from everything I've seen and what's going on. I said, like, how? Why would I? I wished I could find a way to travel back in time and have like a forever life to live and to be able to take technology from now back in time and
yeah.
videotape. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I will say this. You know Alan Watt, right? Alan
Yes.
Watt. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he used to say I don't remember. He knows a lot about what the elite wrote about, like before World War II and before in the late 1800s. And I can't remember who he was quoting here, but he said that one of the big players in the New World Order said that Germany and Japan both had to go because they were patriarchal, they were masculine societies, and they had to go because of that.
Oh yeah, they had to go. Yeah. Well, they've done a lot of good for us, haven't they? Not. They've done a lot of destroying us. Okay. And it is a sad affair when you learn to look at men and women and having this kind of trouble between the genders just for a guy to get a date in his life. And if he does get a date in his life, the way we treat one another and how we're acting. I mean, you want to tell, I laugh sometimes when I hear people telling their children they need to grow the hell up. And I look around me at the behaviors of the adults saying this shit and saying, well, why didn't you do that first before you told it to your child?
Yeah.
Because one of the biggest epidemics I've said for years now is mankind's failure to grow the hell up. I tell you, one of the first things you see in your face when I want to talk about ability to grow up would be military. Big failure. Well, no, we need military to protect ourselves. I said, so against what? Your inability to grow up? And people get mad when I say that, but the truth is right there in your face. If you actually grew up, you'd learn how to compromise and work together for the good of all. If you grew up, you wouldn't have everything wouldn't be a competition. There wouldn't be no damn you got to do this and this to rise up to freaking to rise up to success. Rising up to success means dumping on how many people? We our entertainment nowadays is human suffering. We're getting off on making other people suffer and laughing at their suffering. And that is our new form of entertainment. And what kind of entertainment is that? That's not entertainment. But in today's society it is. There's no place for this to go but straight down. Because that's where we're headed, straight down. This country's going to collapse and fall, and a lot of people are going to be really sorry. People that are laughing now and think it's all ha 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 he won't be doing that then. It's going to be just like that KGB agent said. You're not going to get it until you got the military boot in your ass. Because right now you could bring a semi-load of evidence to the table, and people would find every cop out to go around every last bit of it, and not listen to a word of it. Which is sad. And here we are in the manosphere, we're so divided it's not even funny. You think when you got this many men of different categories across the globe, all experiencing basically the same types of situations, that they would want to get together and talk about it. They should want to get that out and find out what's going on and correct it. But no, that's not what it's about. It's about who can do better than who. It's about putting you down and creating some more double standards.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? This is where we're really at.
Well, as a man, as a man who a single guy, you can't change that all these guys who are willing to give all their time, all their money, all their resources to women to get a date because men are so desperate today. All you can do, you can't change that. All you can do is work on your own life and
That
spend
is
your own
correct.
time and money and resources on your own life and be prepared for that. You think there's might be some kind of a collapse coming. Well, all you can do is prepare yourself and hope you can ride that wave, enjoy your own life. That's all you can really do.
Yeah, I understand that, and I agree with what you said. And I do agree with you. That was some good advice you gave. I think the only sad thing about it is, unfortunately, I don't think there's any preparing for it because when crap hits the fan, I think it's going to get so bad that your own neighbor may be your worst enemy.
Yeah, but the thing about men, the thing about men is men have an ability to enjoy life and succeed. Not I mean not succeed, but have a passion for life, regardless of what punches are thrown your way. Well, whether or not you're in this kind of civilized society and you're working for the man to make a paycheck, or whether the next day you're in this kind of Mad Max kind of apocalypse and you're kind of you're driving your car and fighting and getting in shootouts with biker gangs. A man has the ability to adapt with the punches and to roll with life. And because some guys say, if an apocalypse happens, oh, you might as well just end your life because life's over. But no, no, life is not about life is only good if we're in this kind of civilized society where everyone goes to work and everyone. But life is more than a life. We live on a planet that's spinning around a giant star going thousands of miles per hour. You're not guaranteed that kind of lifestyle your whole life. You need to be able to adapt to life. I don't understand guys. Well, I understand the depression if they go through divorce or if they go through loss of a job, but you got to realize it's not. There's nothing guaranteed in life.
Yeah, well,
Today.
consular guy here says, okay, he wants to ask the same question he asked you. He wants to know from me, do I agree with MGTOW, okay? Catastrophic collapse where men will return to highly valued by women. Not in my lifetime will I see that. It's already too far gone the other direction. Men are not going to be highly valued at all. Not as long as you keep putting women over yourselves.
Men might be valued again if you had a reversion to of all the medicine, all the technology. 100 years ago, you needed, well, more than that actually. 150 years ago, men were needed because you didn't have technology push and pull heavy objects, to work on the farm. You didn't have this kind of technology. You didn't have So men lost their value when technology took its hold. And then with birth control and antibiotics that allowed people to have
Man,
sex.
well, that's not
Hello?
even just. Hello, Warren.
I'm in now. I just had to wait to get my bag, man. I got it now, so I'm good.
Okay, yeah, well, what he was just saying there, women didn't just lose their value because of what you said. Men lost their values because you kept placing women above yourselves, turning your head and looking the other way and allowing, creating the narcissistic woman to begin with. This is when
Yeah.
men started losing their value.
Yeah, but no, it's not. It's not just that men are turning their head. It's not just a perceived thing. It's a physical thing, Bill, uh, because women on a physical level do not need men for provision. Starting in the 1900s, they had their own jobs. They had jobs where, and even women have better, fine motor skills. In fact, you look at China or India, you see, when you talk about these like sewing factories, you see women in there. They do have a proclivity to these like fine motor skills over men. They have the ability to get jobs starting in these industrial settings. They can get their own houses. So this
To a
old.
certain extent, to a certain extent, I agree, and I'll tell you why. Because here's the thing about that, right? Women, like you said, women don't need a man for. See, back in the old days, part of the reason why there was somebody for everybody is because men have to rely on women to get their social or sexual urges met, right? Women had to rely on men to get their financial needs taken care of. So they both relied on each other for different reasons, right? But see, that's off the market now, because now a woman can go out there and make the same damn money a man can make, and
Exactly.
still demand a man
Yeah.
take care of on top of that.
Exactly. Women still, I mean, men still relied on women for reproduction, but women do not need to rely on men like they did for hundreds of thousands of years for provision. So no wonder you see men having to give more and more through the 1900s. They're giving more to try to buy into a marriage, to buy into a relationship, all the way to the 1980s, where the Republicans tried to save called divorce and say, okay, women, look, we realize that divorce, that marriage is not going anywhere, but we just, we're going to do the no fault divorce so you can leave at any time, and you have no expectation of staying with that marriage.
Yeah.
Warren, a counselor guy wants to know. He wants to ask you the question that he asked Bill and I. He wants to know, Warren, do you agree with the MGTOW cataclysmic collapse where men will return to being highly valued by women again?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. What I think is this: we're kind of gradually moving into a harem society. So there will be a certain portion, a small portion of men that will be highly valued and sought out by women. But the average man, I don't think so. I think the way it's looking right now, a lot of the West is moving, like I said, moving into a harem society, and it's probably going to be, at the rate of things are looking, most of the West is probably going to be a Muslim society within the next 30 years or so, right? So I don't know, man. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of TFL risks, because when you look at Muslim societies too, man, all these incels cope and all the time talking about like, oh, we need a Muslim society, because they're so minded. They think that just because it's harsher on women, that automatically must mean it's good for men. And that's really faulty, stupid logic, bro. Because harem societies are not good for the majority of men. I mean, right, there's hard patriarchies and there's soft patriarchies. All right, a soft patriarchy is good for the majority of men. A hard patriarchy isn't. A hard patriarchy is only good for like the most giga alpha of men on the fucking blog. All right. In terms of resources and financial status and things like that. I mean, because most hard patriarchies are dilapidated third world shitholes, right? You can't run a functioning society on that, right?
Well, I mean, the closest tribe next door, where the men work together and they all have their own wife.
Hold on a second. I'm on the phone. What?
Well, like I was saying, the closest neighboring tribe work together. They're gonna be mutually. They're gonna be able to take on a tribe where you have just one guy hoarding all the women. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have when you have guys working together, you have a stronger unit of.
Well, that's harder and harder to find men working together anymore. And that's sad to say, but it is, especially here online.
So, Counselor Guy asks again, do you guys think that men need women more than women need men? If then haven't men completely lost the symbolic war of sexes? Women have been playing chess while men have been playing checkers, is what he says.
Well, I mean, it's not an easy answer. I mean, on a biological level, in a sense, I mean, yeah, in the way things are supposed to be, yeah, men and women both need each other in order for species to survive. But in the modern day, the way things have been made, the government's pretty much replaced the majority of men.
That's correct. Okay, Warren, talk a little bit about what you talked about with me the other day, but no names or nothing. Okay. Just about the fact that you met a woman who's possibly TFL.
Possibly. I don't really want to talk a whole lot on it right now because it's kind of in the early stages. I don't really know where it's going to go.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I'm kind of shifty on that, like heads for tails. I mean, because it's very rare that you run across. And I was almost to the point of thinking that there was no such thing as a female TFLer. And I'm still kind of skeptical about that because the girl I'm talking to now, I don't know. I mean, there are things about me that makes me think that maybe she is TFL because she definitely acts like a TFLer. And then she seems to understand the situation a little more than, I mean, a lot of other ones would. I'm open to the fact there's a lot of people that are just chameleons. But I mean, she really hasn't had any kind of contact with anything for the past 20 years. So I mean, but then she's in a wheelchair too. She got cerebral palsy, and I don't think she hardly ever leaves her house. So.
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Well, what's her number? We'll ask her to call in.
Well, I'm not going to have her call in. I'm not going to have her introduce her to a show or anything like that right yet. I mean, I'm taking it slow.
No, Warren, I respect Warren, and that's exactly where it needs to be. Okay, what Warren said is where it needs to be. That's why I said no names or nothing, not even where they're from. Okay, because I did meet a female, it's been years ago now, okay, that was definitely TFL. I talked to her for over 3 months on the phone or for hours at a time. She was definitely TFL. There was not a doubt in my mind. Okay,
wait.
So is there a chance Warren could have met a TFL woman? Yeah, there is.
I want to address something in the trad contest because I think it's kind of it don't make much sense. He says, "Hey Warren, even with Islamic harems, don't you think men would still have more of a chance at a successful marriage than they currently do in the TFL count?" No, I don't. Well, unless he joins some freaking like ISIS terrorist group where they promised them sex slaves, concubines, war brides, whatever you want to call it. That's about the only way I could possibly see that helping men get. But I mean, is that really what you'd want? I mean, I wouldn't want that. I I mean, and even then, there's still high numbers of men throughout those countries who can't even get anybody. I mean, as I said, the fact that ISIS is pretty much a TFL incel army or whatnot, bro. That's really what it is. That's why they lure men with all these promises of war brides, and you can tell them about 72 virgins in the afterlife if you put this bomb on your chest and you pull the cord. I mean,
Yeah, and then they believe it and pull the cord, thinking they're gonna have all these virgins.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Warren, let me ask you: you're not actually thinking about dating this woman, are you?
Possibly. I'm not going to say for sure
And
yet. I'm just
and
kind of taking it a little slow right now.
And she's in a wheelchair.
Well, you know what? SBL? It comes back to a statement I said earlier on this show. Men have more of a heart than women.
Well, Warren, are you in a wheelchair? Are you disabled or any kind of?
Well, I mean, I got Asperger's, but I mean.
Well, a lot of people have Asperger's. It's not that big a deal. Like, are you like?
I mean, I'm not really quote disabled like that, but I mean, I kind of get it though because I mean, even with an invisible disability like that, it carries a stigma, so you kind of have that level of understanding. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm sure she's a nice lady and all, but I mean, what?
I mean, I've had people. I mean, I can't tell you the number of counselors and so-called health professionals I've had that literally treated me like a child just because I have a mild disorder. So
no, you're very intelligent. There's nothing wrong. I mean, yeah, Asperger's is very common nowadays. It's not like but you're obviously a very intelligent guy. I mean, I don't, but even still, like I don't think that's gonna be a big. I don't think you're gonna improve your life by a whole lot. I'm sure she's a nice lady, but I don't think you're gonna improve your life by dating a woman who's like in a wheelchair, though.
Well, yeah, but ain't you putting her down because she's in a wheelchair?
I'm not putting her down, but I'm saying,
I
Warren's a
know,
good
but
guy. He's a smart guy.
But you're sort of questioning him about dating this woman, like because she's in a wheelchair, that he shouldn't give her a chance and date her because that should be used against her. And if that would be the case, then you're clearly
I'm
doing the wrong.
saying, no, don't get me, don't label me as a bad guy because I'm telling Warren that he should kind of. I'm just telling Warren he's a good guy. He's a smart guy.
Well, let me ask you this, right? Let's say if you got with a woman, right, and you were happy with this woman, and you were together for 20 years, right? She had perfect legs, right, and she was able to walk, right. But then one day something happens, and she gets in a terrible accident, right, and you've been with her for 20 years, right? And you really love this woman, right? But she gets in an accident. Now she's lost her legs. Now she can no longer walk, right? Or are you going to kick her to the curb now that
Warren, that's totally different. When you marry someone, you give a vow saying, in sickness or in health, you're going to take that person. But you're not at that point yet. I mean, I think you should.
My point is this. Okay, well then, if you're willing to my point is this, man. Like I'm trying to say how I can word this, right? If you really care somebody, then you care about them, for better or worse. So I mean, right? They could just as easily say with my autism, "Oh, I'm not going to give you a chance because he has autism."
Exactly.
I mean, So I mean, if you really love somebody for better or worse, that should be from the jump. That shouldn't be. It shouldn't have to be. Well, we've been together 10 years or 15 years before that happened. I mean, if I don't. I mean, what I'm trying to say is.
I totally understand.
Go for it.
No, I actually understand what Warren's saying. Okay, he's willing to overlook the fact that she's handicapped and in a wheelchair, if this is a big if they had things in compatible common and they could be really good friends, and he was willing to go there and date her. That's his prerogative. It's not for anybody else to tell him, well, yeah, but you could do better, because you go back to the same mentality women have used to reject men, and now you're just repeating the same thing.
Well, good. No, I hope he is happy with her. I hope he takes care of her so that my tax dollars don't have to take care of her.
Well, that the point is what why no, I understand what Warren was saying. He's not, but the point is I understand. I mean, somebody in here typed that if a woman, okay, if the guy became lost his limbs, the woman would definitely dump him. I would agree with that. In most cases, she definitely would, right? But it's
Yeah,
still a wrong is a wrong and a right is a right. Warren has the exact right principle. He's willing to get to know this person for who they are, even if she's in a wheelchair.
Yeah. And then that's total. I understand men have that kind of romantic kind of. I have a connection with her. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to be together. But women don't have that. Women don't see any kind of financial or economic benefit from a guy. They're gone.
Yeah, but that's because we're living in a world of usury. Okay? How about getting off this using kick?
you know.
I just want
And yeah, there
Warren
are a lot
to
of
do what's best
women
for
that
him.
would do that to that the guy got in an accident and he lost his legs or something that they'd get rid of him too. That I'm not going to say there aren't. I would say this though, man. I mean, on the good side is, I mean, because she's, I guess, been in that situation, with her leg. I mean, she's more likely to be open-minded towards things like that.
Well, I mean, it's all up to you, man. It's like whatever makes you happy. Me myself, like uh personally, the only way I would take a woman to my life is if she gives some kind of benefit to me, and not just be able to cook a good meal. Like you'd have to offer something in this household. You need to pull the weight, some of the weight of the wagon. I'm not going to get in some kind of relationship where I'm giving, because when it comes down to it, it's nice coming home to your house on your own, getting a DVD or a Blu-ray from Walmart and relaxing at home with your beer. For me, that's the way it is. And so, if I'm going to let a woman come into my life, she's going to have to make my life better in some way. And if someone is not able to help out in some way, then basically I'm doing all the work.
Yeah. Well, that's why I am a little bit skeptical of the fact that I don't want to just jump out there because I'm not really trying to jump out into a whole other state where I don't have any connections and I don't know anybody. And then even if it starts off good, right? I mean, let's say like it starts off good for like let's say I don't know the first 5 years, right? And then it falls. Let's just say then long term, let's say it falls to crap, and I'm stranded out there in another state, with no contacts. I mean, I don't want to like be in one of those situations. So I'm kind of skeptical of that. That's something I have thought about. But I mean,
Yeah,
the only thing I can really do is just take my time slowly and fill things out.
Yeah, and like counselor guy said in the chat, there's nothing wrong with having a platonic relationship. There's nothing wrong with having friends. You can go see a movie, you can go hang out, go see a movie together. There's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. See where it goes. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of guys, especially very intelligent guys, they have this idea that every time they go out with a girl, every time they go out with their friends, there has to be some kind of long term goal. Like okay, I'm not gonna, because like some guys will say in the manosphere, like, oh, I don't want to go just hang out and watch a movie with a girl at her house because I don't think she's a good long term. I don't think she'd be a good wife. So I'm not gonna go over to her place and watch a movie. It's like, just don't put the cart before the horse. You can have platonic friends, you can hang out with women, you can enjoy your Saturday night and hang out with a friend. It doesn't mean you have to marry her. It doesn't mean you have to have a girlfriend. It doesn't mean you have to sleep with her. But it's nothing wrong having platonic female friends.
Well, I wouldn't really want to have a platonic female friend as a TFL or if it weren't gonna. I mean, because it's gonna be one of those things, man, where she's going to use you as a tampon or other that, or she's going to you won't be constantly seeing them, especially in my position. I'm gonna be constantly seeing her with all these other dudes, and I'm stuck with nothing. So I mean, it's just a bad situation. I mean, I really don't want to be third wheeling it all the damn time.
Yeah. So, but what you got to realize is what guys don't realize is a lot of times is how good they have it when they have their own home to themselves and they have a nice bed to themselves. They can do what they want. They can put their video game system in the living room and not have their girlfriend say, "Oh, you can't do that. You got to put your video game system in the bedroom." You know, you got to take it. You got to take it all with a grain of salt. It's not.
Oh no, the girl I'm talking to is into video games.
Oh well, hey man, go for it then. You have SBO's crown of approval there.
Yeah. And the horror flicks too. She likes horror flicks too. I'm a big fan of horror flicks. So,
Oh well, SBO's changed his opinion here. Like I think, yeah, just go feel this thing out. Be careful, but feel it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm filling it out. I proceed with caution, man. I'm pretty aware of things. I don't, I know to keep an eye out. And
just make sure you're not being used. That's all. That's all I want. That's all that matters. Just make sure that they're not using you.
Yeah.
Well, that's why people are supposed to take the time to do like Warren is and get to know one another. Okay, because this is where it's going to come from. Is because there's no guarantees and nothing. Warren could get to know her; they could be great platonic friends, and never anything more than that.
Yeah,
that's why relationships today don't last. It's because people rush into it. They don't take the time to get to know each other because it's all based off lust and it's all based off drama and everything that isn't love to begin with. So
exactly,
you gotta men and women too. A lot of women. Let's be honest. Women too will before the date starts, they'll ask, "Oh, what are you looking for? Are you looking for long term or short term?" They want to put these. They feel like every date is like a stepping stone to get to this end goal of marriage or whatever. No, just go live in the moment. Go hang out. If it doesn't work, at least you had a good time on a Saturday night. You had fun with someone. You watched a movie. Stop thinking about everything as it's got to be end goal of she's gonna be my wife or he's gonna be my husband and we're gonna have children together. No, just stop it. Live in the moment.
That's one of the things. One of the other things with her too is she comes from a family, I think, where she's all about wanting to eventually be in a marriage and all that stuff. Like, I'm not really down with the whole marriage thing. I mean, even if I found the woman I wanted to be with, I don't believe in marriage. I don't believe in the institution of marriage, especially not in today's society. Now, maybe 100 years ago or something, yeah, I would have said yeah. But I mean, in today's world, no.
You know how you could do the marriage, Warren?
Huh?
Right out of your own house in your agreement to each other. End of story.
Yeah.
And you and her only agreement amongst each other because that's all it needs to be anyhow.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, I don't really feel like the government should have their nose parked into my personal relationships. It's none of their damn business,
Yeah.
We're gonna have our nose in your relationship. We want weekly reports every Saturday. Return and let us know how it's going. We're gonna have our nose in this relationship, okay?
Yeah, well, it's not really a relationship yet. I mean, it might progress that way. I mean,
what video games does she play?
Huh?
What video games does she play? No, does she play?
Oh, I don't know. She says she's got like an Xbox 360. She's got a PlayStation 4. She's got like a whole bunch of shit. She got like a whole bunch of like old.
Now she could have just taken it from her ex-husband in the divorce. How do you know she didn't just take it from her ex-husband in the divorce?
Because she hasn't been divorced, from what she's telling me. I mean, dude, her entire life she's had 1 6-month relationship, and that was like 20-some years ago.
That's actually believable, and I mean, there are women who are gamers.
Yeah, but most of the women who I hear, they claim to be a gamer. They're like, "Oh yeah, I got my PlayStation 4 because I kicked my ex-husband out and I took all his stuff." And yeah, we still have the PlayStation here.
That's not always the case though. You can't go 100% because you've met and seen that doesn't mean all women are doing that.
Mm-hmm.
My own son's friend online that he'd known since he was like 13 years old. Okay, he went and lived with for a while. Well, he was living at home with his parents. He's 10 years senior to my son. Okay, my son known him since he was like 13. Well, this guy met his girl that he's now married to and has a kid by every day gaming online, and they were in two different states gaming together. Then they got together, then they got married, now they got a kid, okay? And she had her own game systems because she was actually gaming.
Yeah. There are legit female gamers, man. I mean, they're into playing video games and stuff. I mean, yeah, I know a lot of them like hate shit like that, but I mean, it's not all of them though, man. I mean,
No,
yeah,
nothing's ever 100% across the board. And I say that all the time because you cannot look at every guy or every woman and put them in the same category because then you left out individuality. Because there's a lot of guys
yeah,
out here that would never be able to do what I do. Sit right next to a female and do TFL videos and talk about what I talk about.
hmm yeah, and she appears to, I think, at least on some level, identify with a lot of this stuff because she's pretty much been that in a situation herself. So it would be kind of interesting if, in the long run, if things did work out, that, you know, I could actually come out here with my girlfriend, if it worked that way, and we'd still be able to talk about TFL or Black Pill content or this, that, or the other. I mean,
That would actually
from
be
our previous experiences.
that would actually be pretty cool if that ever happened, huh?
Yeah, bring her on. I mean, you have to do what Monday FA did, and you have to change your name though to Chad, like Monday FA did.
Nah.
Yeah, I know, right?
He could just
Well,
call
come to
him.
find out, from what I understand, I mean, I can't concretely confirm this, but I have to go back and look. But Hot Plains Bear says that they mentioned in a video like way back that apparently Annika, the guy that Monday got with, is a tranny.
Wow, I don't know. I what?
Yeah, so I heard. It could just be rumor, but I mean,
I don't know. When a woman when a man transitions to a female, they usually keep that large head. The big head that males have. Annika, I think she's really pretty.
I agree with SBO in a lot of ways what he just said, but unfortunately at the same time, I'm going to tell you this because I actually seen this with my own eyes. Okay, when I was in the Philippines, of all places, there was a drag show and a bunch of trannies. Okay, and like three of them trannies out of that 50 that were there, even when they spoke to you, you'd never know they were a guy. You swear to God they were a female. And then I had the other incident that happened. I was working with this guy all the time, and he kept talking about this porn that he saw that gave him a heart attack, and if it ever happened to him, he'd be in prison for murder. And he wouldn't say what it was, and he dropped it on me one day at work. I took it over, put it in the VCR, and at that time we still had VCRs, right? I stuck that sucker in the VCR and turned it on. That lasted about just long enough for the girl's clothes to come off. And you would never know it was a guy. Never in a million years. It was like a number
yeah.
10 hot woman. Seriously, voice and all. And the minute them panties went down, out come doing along, and I shut that bitch off. They're like, oh my God, now I know what he meant. If that ever happened
Well,
to
dude,
him, he'd be in
look
prison.
on YouTube. Look at Blair White, man. Without her telling, or I should say him, her, that's debatable. But without Blair White telling you that she was a transgender, without you would never know because he looks like an actually attractive woman.
Yeah, but you can look at the head size, guys. You go when you have a female to male transsexual, he's got he or she has they have that small head. When you have a a male to female transsexual, he's got that big head that kind of goes that kind of just males just have a larger head and they can't fake that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that don't apply to all males.
It doesn't matter. Let's get back to what do you guys think that men these men who are depressed about not having companionship, what do you think that they are missing in their life? What do you think that they need to get over uh, what the path that women have chosen today?
To what again? I'm just
Like what like because I think that when you look at a man, say in the mid 30s or 40s, when you have a woman who's single, she seems to be happy being single, or at least visually on the outside, she seems to be okay coming into her own home. But you have a male who just got out of a long relationship. He's on the dating apps that very night, or he's going to the bars with his buddies trying to find a new woman. Like why is it that women that they can go without they're happy being single, but men
You
no
know
no no
why? You know why? Because they get it all out of them when they're in their teens and 20s. So by the time they hit their 30s and
yeah.
40s.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's part of it. Because when you have something readily available, that thing becomes less valuable to you, right?
It does.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's correct.
Exactly.
So men they haven't had relationships and sex readily available to them. So they're going to value it at a much higher level than women value it.
They
So
do.
Well, that too.
They struggle harder to even try to get a woman. Where a
That
woman,
too. And well, I was going to say that too, and a lot of it is catch up because by the time you're in your 30s and 40s, a lot of these people, look, your prime foundational years, a lot of time growing up, is like around your high school years and your teenage years, right?
oh yeah,
And once
that's
you
your
miss
best
that, you're always
chance.
playing catch up. You're always trying to replace those years because that's your
Yeah.
foundational years. I mean, those are very important years psychologically in your development and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, and I feel bad that I was sent to a school that didn't have a lot of good. I was sent to a school on the outside of town that didn't really have a lot of options when it came to friendships and relationships, and so I kind of all these people who grew up and they had a high school that they had a lot of friends, they had a lot of friendships, and they maintained those friendships, whereas I was kind of on the outlier. So
well,
I was
it
the
goes back to
outlier who kind of like maybe my sophomore year or so, I kind of like I kind of made friends, but I was kind of like the token TFL guy, if that made any sense. I mean, without having called it that, but I mean, I was like, like in most social circles, you have that one outsider guy who's on the fringes of the group who's like, who's like the awkward guy or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think maybe back then, but today I don't think you're awkward.
Well, I'm not. I mean, but like I said, you always have that one token TFL guy or whatever it is. It's always like, I mean,
Yeah, don't do
they'll
that.
hang out with them
Don't do
sometimes,
that.
but
Don't see yourself as this token TFLer. Be happy about it. Yeah, I've been TFL for most of the past 5 years. But when people ask me, I'm happy about it. I'm like, yeah, I got my place to myself. I got a smile on my face. I'm not apologetic or remorseful about it. I'm like, yeah, I'm yeah, I got my place to myself. I after work tonight, I'm gonna go get my 20 pack of beer. I'm gonna go get a movie from Walmart and go watch it. I'm gonna go play my video game. I'm gonna be happy about it. And men like that. Men, men are receptive to that, but men, they're not gonna, and women either. They're not gonna want to talk to me if I'm kind of depressed about it. I mean, some people are. Some people do kind of like, oh, I feel bad for them, but most people want to talk to someone who's
But I was the guy
happy.
you're always the guy that when they go out and to do something, you're always the last one invited out if you are invited out. If you're having a group discussion, you're sitting around a group, you're always the one that nobody really asks or much of anything of your thoughts and things. If you do try to put something forward, a lot of times people will talk over you or they'll talk past you. You're not really treated like a very valued member of. And I learned a lot of people I was rolling back then were frenemies.
Well, I mean, you gotta look at other. These are men, right? Not women. These are men.
I think I'm saying a lot of this stuff don't stop at dating, bro. Then there's the phalo effect, and you're always constantly subject to shit like that.
Okay. All right. Well, if you're in that situation, I've been there before. Where people are kind of like, you feel like you're the odd man out in the conversation. They're not really looking at you. They're just kind of talking to other people, and they're not really want to hear what you have to say. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I mean, you got to realize that people naturally, for good reason, people like people who are like them. Okay, people, if they don't feel like you are like them, then they're kind of going to be less receptive to you. So they're going to talk over you. They're going to talk to the person next to you. People want to talk to people who remind them of themselves. Okay, that's just human nature, and it's part of looks. It's part of personality. And you can't do much about your looks. But you can do much more about trying to be kind of receptive to what is this group, what is this group, if you're with a group of friends, try to kind of, I'm not saying not be yourself by any means, but just try to you can't if they're talking about a subject and they're very optimistic about it, you can't try to bring it down. You got to try to roll with it and try to be a positive, because people, men and women, we like positivity, and when someone's positive with that. So I mean, even if you're not happy with the way
I'm
your
not
life
going to sit there and
is.
tell these guys going through this that they don't have a right to feel bad about it, man. You can't tell somebody how to feel, man. Most people who are going through this situation are going to feel bad about it.
Right. Well, here I want to do
That's
something.
natural.
Yeah, I want to do something here real quick. Concert guy says to me, okay, TFL incel for men follows the pattern of denial, anger, okay, bragging, depression, and then acceptance. Okay, and they wanted to know what I thought of that. Well, TFL first starts off with confusion, okay, because they go out and they do everything everybody else is doing, and they keep getting rejected, and they become confused why. Then they start, okay, I've got to be doing something wrong. It's got to be me. And of course, everybody's going to encourage you. It's your own thought. So you're going to go out and you're going to do everything that everybody's telling you to improve yourself, to this, to that, to that. And when that still fails and still fails, you blame yourself, you blame yourself. You do become angry. You become really angry.
Yeah, but
Okay.
is that anger? That's not gonna attract other men
No,
and women
I
to
didn't
your.
say it was going to attract anybody about it.
No, but it's a natural reaction,
It
man. And
sure the hell
people are going to
is.
feel that.
It's going to be a natural reaction. It's no different than SBO of you was trying to climb up the ladder to get on the roof to do something, and I was hanging around, and you had to go up and do this job you're going to be paid for, and I was hanging around on a second story window, and you had to get to the third story to get up onto the roof. And every time you got up that second story, I shoved you off the ladder. And you went down and moved the ladder to a different window, and I ran down there and shoved you off, and it kept happening over and over. You're going to get angry. Now I'm going to tell you that you shouldn't be angry.
Hey,
Well,
Bill.
yeah, go ahead.
Bill. It says FAE. I guess it says BSM says he wants to come on the show and his newest vid. I haven't seen his newest vid, but that might be.
Oh man, I don't know what we said to that guy.
wants to come on the show in his newest video. I haven't seen it because he just posted one up. I sent him the information to come into the show, and it would still be in his email that he never answered. So, see, he already has the information. So that's what I would say to BSM. So whoever said that, you should leave the comment that you already have the information to come onto the show in your email that was sent to you. And all
Yeah.
he has to do is go pull up that information and pick up his phone.
And I'm not saying that you are, but there seems to be a lot of people that want to just sit here and poke and try to stir up stuff like they'll go up. Because I've seen people do that. They'll go onto BSM's channel and they'll try to phrase it in such a way that makes Bill sound like he's being antagonistic. But Bill ain't saying that. They're saying that. You know, we're not trying to antagonize them. You tell them in a way that's cool and collective and not antagonistic. Because I see a lot of people going on the open porch, like show up if you have the balls or some shit like that. It's like, look, there's no need to be antagonistic, man. I mean, you know.
No, there isn't. You know, he has a fair chance. I gave him a chance. He didn't show up or didn't do anything with it. But if he's made a newest video, which I saw one go up, but I'm doing the live stream, so I'm not watching it, right? If that's the video, the one that just went up where he's making that statement, it's simple. All she got to do is leave the comment and says that Bill says he gave you the information. It's in the email that you send him. And all he's got to do is log into that email. He should already have the information.
Yeah.
Because I'm open to
Says
letting
Warren
him on the show, but he has to be willing to pick up his phone and use it.
Yeah, I mean, you let me on, and I'm a troll.
Yeah. And you're still
It
here.
says,
Yeah, I'm still here, and I'm self-admittedly a troll.
Well, you're a terrible troll because if you really troll me, I'll kick you off.
yeah. So Warren, it may be a natural reaction, but what if we responded instead of reacting? I don't even know what he means by that.
Well, that would depend because how are you going to respond? You're going to respond by saying something to him. You can do that. But that responding could go in a different direction because what do you mean by respond? What is your
That's
version
kind of
of
a vague
respond?
statement.
Yeah. What is your version of responding? Because that's where you need to go from first. You can't just say, how about if we react with responding? Okay? Because most of the time, by the time a guy gets angry, it's after he's been rejected a shitload of times and done everything that everybody's ever told him that he
And
becomes
then you got to
angry.
factor on in with that, you know, the bullying and the being shut out of. I mean, not just with everything, man. I mean, you know, you're always going to be, you know, like when you grow up as a kid and you're in school, you know, the class tells you, you know, everybody has to split into groups. You know, nobody wants you on their, you know, in their group. You know, and you know, I mean, you're always the last one picked for. You know, I mean, you do enough years of this shit. Yeah, you can say, oh, it's not. Yeah, but that don't make it any easier. I mean, like, you know, years and years and years of all this fucking just being treated like a runt, man. I mean, after over time, people talking to you like you're a kid. And I mean, you know, that happens. I mean, you can't tell me that doesn't happen. I mean, you know,
No,
I've lived it.
yes, it does happen. It's not easy living TFL. You know, and I feel for a lot of these guys, especially when the ones that's actually listened and done everything everybody else has, and even went to the extremes of paying money for a fraudulent pickup artist industry, okay, and finds themselves right where they've always been as we profit off of human suffering.
Mhm.
Because believe me, if there's a way to profit, people don't care what it is. They'll profit off other people's suffering. That's what PUA does all the time. You know, I've always said if there's no such thing as TFL, there's no such thing as PUA, the pickup artist industry. Well, yes, there is. Let me show you all the material. Huh, well, they couldn't sell it if there wasn't no TFL, now could they?
You know.
I mean, it's in your face. You can't sell something there ain't no market for. That would be like having the ability to travel in time and taking the starter off a car and going back to the Western days before cars were ever invented and marketing that starter. Good luck.
Uh, well, from my experience, Jeff says, Warren, what is worse, being rejected all the time by women or being invisible to them? Well, from my experience, if you're rejected all the time, I don't know. For me, like if you're invisible, you're going to be rejected all the time. I mean,
I think
I guess
they're
there's
one and the
different levels of
same. Yeah.
rejected. I mean, I guess there might be guys that are low status or ugly or whatever it is enough that maybe from their perspective, women are just openly antagonistic to them all the time. From my experience, a lot of the times, yes, sometimes they are openly antagonistic and rude and bitchy, but more times than not, they're just dismissive. I mean,
Yeah, I sort of put them myself. I sort of put them in the same category.
yeah.
I'll take invisible anytime over the day, over being rejected all the time. For one thing, being invisible in a small town, at least if you're rejected all the time, you apply for a job. You're gonna have some in a small town. You're gonna have someone who works there who's like, oh, he's that weird guy who hits on people or who's on the online dating apps. He messaged me on online dating. He's a weirdo. You're gonna have that when you apply for jobs. I'll take invisible every day over being that guy that's rejected.
Yeah.
Because being able to be invisible is good from a survival point of view. Especially
Yeah.
I mean not so much in the civilized world, but if we do, I mean we've been talking on this chat
In
about
certain
a
respects, it
collapse.
is.
In a collapse, being invisible. I mean, you want to be able to, if there's any kind of collapse or something, you want to be that guy who's able to blend in, who doesn't stand out. You don't want to be that guy who's like, with blue hair, with a bunch of tattoos, 6 foot, 6'3", muscular. You don't want to be that guy in a collapse because that guy's like easily to point out. Bunch of tattoos. First thing you do if you're arrested, the first thing that happens is the police are going to take note of what tattoos you have. You want to be able to put it. Oh, it was that guy. Yeah, he was a white guy, about average height, average build. You want to be that guy. You want to be that guy who blends in.
Yeah. And that's true. The times will come in because here's the thing, man. I mean, it's not an easy fact to swallow, and I'm not saying this necessarily 100% gets rid of people's need for some sort of socialization at some level, but here's the thing you have to come to realize, man. Most people in society today, generally speaking, and I'm not saying 100% across the board, but most people in these days it's not worth socializing with because there's not that many real people out there. Most people are fake as shit. They're self-interested. You can't trust the majority of people, man. I mean, you have to be careful who you trust and who you let into your life.
Anymore you do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, we live in a very highly competitive society. I mean, this is a very capitalistic society where everything comes down to a dollar amount. Everything's about which business can defeat the other business, which who's more productive in a dollar amount. How productive are you to society by a dollar amount? So yeah, in this kind of society, yeah, your worth in society is a dollar amount, and you're going to be judged by that in the dating market. How much are you? What kind of car do you drive? Do you drive this kind of car? How big is your house? And the girl that's just talking to you, she might not, she might be a renter. She might not even own her own house, but she's going to judge you on how big your house is that you own.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that goes right back to materialistic. But what can we do? That's the world we're in.
Well, I mean, look at the feudal times. I mean, it's like you lived on a farm, and yeah, you worked for your lord, on a farm, but you had a wife, and she was dependent on you as you were dependent on her. But and yeah, it was a hard life back then in feudal Europe, but there was no TFL because both people were dependent on each other. You know what I mean? So
And men and women depend on each other in different ways too, but it was in a way that benefited both sides. And I mean, if you go back to like a soft patriarchal kind of society, right? Like there was a relationship there that benefited both the men and the women in different ways. Like they both relied on each other in different ways for different things. Like they had different strengths and different weaknesses.
Yeah.
And that was fine. That was great because it worked out for everybody.
Yeah. And unfortunately, people have lost their sense of knowing what a real relationship is. And the best thing I can say is people need to learn how to take the time to get to know one another. Because you meet a female
Yeah.
doesn't mean it's going to be compatible. Doesn't mean it won't, but it also don't mean that you'll actually fall in love or ever be together, but you may have a new friend. You know
You
this
know.
BS about the friend zone? Well, there are girls friend zoning guys, but they're just as messed up as the men are because they don't understand that friend zone should never be what it is because friend zone is nothing more than a normal thing that happens when men and women meet each other and they're dating. You might meet 15 women and none of them are that one, and then you might meet one that there she is.
Yeah.
Because it is about establishing a friendship with somebody and getting to know somebody and them getting to know you and be able to go out and hang out and do things together and have fun. And I'm not talking about in the bedroom.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you gotta we gotta stop looking at relationships as you know. I gotta I'm gonna date this girl so that in the future I can be married and have kids. Because the woman's not thinking like that. Maybe 100 years ago there was that kind of thinking, but nowadays, women are in control of the dating market and they're not thinking that way. So like, we shouldn't be thinking that way either.
Well, no, and women really, I mean, the hardest thing they have to do is take their pick. And when they're young and their hormones are racing, they get it all out of them. So, and then they can get it anytime they want. It's not a big deal anymore. Men struggle and
Yeah.
struggle and struggle. So, of course, it's a bigger thing to men than it is to women.
Yeah, but the thing about me though is I'm kind of like, I've seen what women are choosing when all the regulations in the dating market are off, when women aren't forced to get a guy who's a provider. Because I'm a pretty good. I mean, I don't have a good job. I work close to minimum wage, but I got my house almost paid off and stuff, and I got multiple vehicles. But so I'm not too bad in that respect. But still, I have no options. So I've seen what women are looking for, and so I'm like, okay, women are not interested in me, so I'm not interested in them either. So even if there was some kind of collapse, and women are kind of like, oh, I guess I better get a guy who's got his house, paid off, who's got a place to stay. I guess I better get a guy like that, and I would be kind of like, I'm not interested. I think I'll just kind of have my place myself. Thank you.
I can understand that, okay? But, it's no different than anything else. Our society is so messed up, that people are creating, that they're actually making the problems worse. Okay? They're not really helping each other. If you try to bring the men and women back together again, everybody fights against it. Okay? And if you try to get people to examine their own behaviors, nobody wants to do that. And that's not a gender issue, that's both ways. Okay, and for women, I can see why women would want to give up. Why would they? They got everything going for them. Everything's marketed to them. They take the pick of anything they want. They got double standards. They have white knights. What more could they ask
I
for?
was counselor guy says almost all MGTOWers are TFLers in denial. I think the majority of them are. I think there might be like maybe 15 to 20% of them that are actual pump and dumps, and like an astronomically low percentage that are legit monks.
Yes, that would be
You
an
know.
astronomical low percentage, and I would agree with the statement that the majority of MGTOW is TFLers in denial.
Yeah.
I mean, that stands out. That's been out there for a long time, and it stands out, and it may piss some MGTOWers off, but if you're not willing to be honest with yourself, then there ain't no help for you anyhow, because it starts with being honest with yourself.
I think men need to start thinking the way women do about relationships. If it's, let's say you took a woman in her mid 30s or 40s or whatever, and she's single, she's still not gonna take a guy who makes way less than her. She's not gonna do it. I mean, maybe she's hideous and he's a model, she might do it. But in general, if she's a nurse, if she's an RN, a nurse, she's gonna date a guy who's on her same level. She's not gonna.
Most women will do what you're saying, okay? There are the exceptional few, because I've
But the,
actually
but the but
seen
the
the
opposite
exceptional
is
few.
a male. A male will take, even if he's got a good career. He's making 60, 70,000. Working for the telephone company or whatever. Or working for just whatever, some kind of blue collar job. He will take a woman who's just has no job or is a cashier. Maybe a single mother with. He will put his level down. He will accept someone who's way under him. See, women are not willing to do that. Women will only accept a guy if he is of value to her economically, financially. He raises her standard of living in some way. She's only interested in relationships if it brings something of value to her. I
In
think
most cases, what you're saying is true,
yeah,
okay?
I think men need to start thinking that way too. Men need to start thinking practically like that. Yeah, I'm only going to take women, because if I don't have a woman, I can still enjoy my life. I can still enjoy
Well,
traveling.
that's the crux of what I try to get people to do that are living TFL, okay? Because you can do one or two things. You can sit around and think about, I can't get somebody, and tear your ass up from the inside out, or you can remove your mind from the situation and find things to put your mind somewhere else.
You know. Yeah, you do got to make the best out of it, man. You do got to move on and try to deal with life. But I don't. But I don't think that means necessarily at the same time, though, that we shouldn't acknowledge that there actually is a problem in the dating
Oh,
market. I
no,
mean,
no. That needs to be talked about and it needs to be acknowledged because society is doing its best to ignore it. Okay?
yeah.
And so, no, you don't let them ignore it. It's like taboo. Oh, well, you can't talk about that. That's taboo. Well, guess what? TFL was considered taboo. Well, guess what? Taboo means corruption. It means there's something
That
you're trying to hide.
that and also I want to say this. I mean, guys are going to feel depressed about being in a situation sometimes. Like I said, a lot of these guys never got the chance to get all that shit out of them when they're in their teens and early 20s. Man, women are really treated like genetic celebrities from the day they hit puberty. I
Yeah,
mean, it's so. I mean, you talking about two different, very different scenarios. You got to understand why these guys are in that way. I mean, it's not their fault, man. There's a few guys that are going to be natural monks. That's going to be very few. That's going to be astronomically low percentages.
it is. It is. It's very, very
Yeah.
few.
So my response to that is we need to tell these guys, you guys, you're not missing very much.
Well,
You're not missing out on that much.
it becomes
you,
very obvious anymore in today's society that the guys that are living TFL are better off in a lot of ways than guys that ain't.
In certain ways, yeah,
And I hate to
yeah,
be
they
that
are. I
way,
mean,
but in a lot of ways you are because if you're by yourself, you don't got to worry about coming home to drama. You ain't got to worry about every little thing is something to freaking be bitched at,
Yeah.
complained about, you know.
Oh my gosh.
So you
Well,
ain't
But
got
the
to
fact
worry
that we've
about
let
that.
it devolve to get to that point is in and of itself problematic. It should have never gotten this bad.
Yes.
women
You know,
women are fickle to an amount that a man cannot understand. A man can be content, very content with just the minimum, the bare minimum. He can be content, when it comes to his kitchen, he can be content with a few plastic knives and spoons and forks for that he got from KFC, and those little plastic wrappers, those little plastic forks and stuff. But you have a women living with you. Now you got to have a whole set of metal silverware. It's like
I understand what you're saying, and overall you're correct once again, okay? But like I said, nothing's 100% across the board because I can tell you for fact that my son's mother is not like most women whatsoever. She was never in a relationship for anything for herself other than to be with me. When she left the relationship, she refused to take anything but only what she brought into it, which was her clothes. And that was her want, okay? Not mine. That's what she chose, okay? And she's a worker. She'll break her butt. She'll work 12, 13, 14-hour days every day and not think twice about it. She's not the typical female that we're talking about. Okay? So, that's why I tell people nothing's 100% across the board. You can't throw these labels on everybody because everybody, individuality, the upbringing, a person's different in their own
well,
way.
I can throw these labels because I'm a troll, so I can throw the labels out, right?
Well, yeah, but when you get carried away, then you become a real troll, and then I really leave. Then I really remove you.
Well, I think I might add SBO the troll. Change my name to the troll because when you type in SBO on YouTube, all you get is Pokemon stuff. So I think I might add SBO the troll so that people can actually access my videos.
Well, now that's a good question because YouTube has been doing a lot of funky stuff recently.
Yeah, I mean
Okay.
you could type SBO anything. All the topics that I talk about on my channel, TFL, MGTOW, nothing comes. All it comes up is Pokemon.
Yeah, but that's deliberately done. They've even changed the categories on True Force Loneliness. If you do a
Yeah,
True Force Loneliness search just on YouTube itself, you'll find out that they've got all kinds of shit mixed into it.
yeah, I believe it. I mean, because I'm gonna. Like I can't even bring up my name on the chat. I try to tell people, my channel, and all that comes up is Pokemon.
Yeah, and believe me, if you was to get too far in line with actually really being a real troll, you wouldn't be here because I can remove you and you can't come back in, and I don't do
Ah,
that, and I
well,
haven't, and
yeah.
I haven't done that to you.
Well, so I'm glad you don't think I'm a troll, Bill. Warren, do you think I'm a troll?
I mean, no, I wouldn't say you're a troll.
I mean, I do have you see my videos. I do have the big nose, the big bumpy nose. So maybe I kind of look like a troll.
I don't know. I don't, but as far as I'm concerned, a troll looks like a gross reversion of the elf.
Yeah.
But anyhow, guys, we've been 4 hours here, so I'm going to get off here for tonight. And as far as Blue Skies Media goes, we'll find out if he's serious. He's got my email,
I'm
okay?
gonna check out his video.
And if somebody says anything, or actually said this, I'm not afraid to put my email there for him again. But he had my email because I sent it to him, and it
Let's
went.
get him on.
So
Bill, what would you say to him if you had him on the show? What was the first thing you say to him?
I'm going to let him have the floor for a while. I'm not going to throw anything at him. I want him to talk.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not about putting the guy down. If he
Oh,
actually
I'll
comes on this show and somebody starts putting him down, or I'll take him off the show. Not him,
well,
them, because
no,
that ain't
yeah,
going to
but
happen.
can I put him down because I'm the troll?
Well, no, I wouldn't care who you are. If he actually comes on the show, I'm going to give him respect, okay? It's because I want to give him the respect to let him know there's other people in his shoes.
No, I like the guy. I don't understand how he can't get a girl. I mean, he's got the neck tattoo. He's got the wide brim baseball cap. He claims to be a rapper, so I mean, he should be able to get any woman he wants, right?
Yeah, right. Anyhow, with that being said, guys, I'm out of here. You'll have a good one. And Warren, give me a call tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay, guys, later.